Let's go, chat. We are back. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back. Turn the music down a little bit and get everything started. Welcome back to day 127 of Vibe Coding and Appetite, making $1 million. Today is going to be a good day. Let's get the chill music on and break down a little bit of what we're going to be getting into today. So check this out, guys. So day 127. One of the biggest things that we're going to be working on today is the BridgeVoice auth. So as you guys know, BridgeVoice is a project that we've been working on. Check this out. So here's what I've been working on off stream. You can see right now, it's listening, it's recording, and I just now go here, and you can see that this BridgeVoice application does work fully, okay? It's similar to Whisperflow. It's similar to like Aqua Voice. You know, I think that text-to-speech is kind of a commodity at this point. So what we're gonna do is this is a valuable product to put in the BridgeMind Vibe Coding suite of products. And this is ready for release, okay? So pretty much, I was working on this a little bit off stream, but you can drag it wherever you want on your computer and you can have it record, or you can configure it to a hotkey. So for example, if I click Shift, watch this. I want you to do an in-depth review of the API and search for security vulnerabilities. Okay, so there we go. If you guys can see, it works perfectly. There's a couple things that we're gonna be able to do to actually improve it, but this is gonna be the main focus of today. We're gonna be working on actually building out the authentication system for this. So whenever you're doing authentication with a, this is a Tori application, so it uses Rust, and it's actually quite complex for the auth because we need an auth guard, we need an auth system with like a deep link, but what we're gonna have to do is we're actually gonna have to learn a little bit about this to see what we need to do. But let me check chat. What's up, guys? How's it going? Shout out to Trader Joe's. Shout out to Nishant. Shout out to Cruz. Shout out to Mark. Shout out to Joe Zeps. What's up, man? How's it going? Shout out to Kusei. Shout out to Zome. What's up? Let's go. Shout out to Purification. What's up? How's it going? Droid Tech asked, is Sonnet 5 out? So Sonnet 5. So yesterday, if you guys were following along in the Discord, yesterday we basically had a Sonnet watch. So we were looking at, I'll even pull it up now, but in the co-working channel in the Discord, we had a ton of people in there yesterday, and I think we literally had like close to 100 people in the Discord, and we were all on Sonnet watch. We were kind of just like waiting and seeing. The current state of Sonnet being released is that, like, pretty much if you go to Claude status, this is very interesting. So if we go to Claude status here, Claude has been having like a ton of downtime. So you can see elevated errors on Opus 4.5 and Sonnet 4.5. Yesterday, elevated errors on Claude Opus 4.5. There's a lot of elevated errors the past few days, and there's a lot of speculation going on right now. People think that Claude Sonnet 5 could come out today, but even like VO, they put out a tweet and they were like, hey, something big is coming today or tomorrow, and then they said, actually, no, it's tomorrow, and then they put out a tweet that said something big is coming in 5 hours, and that was earlier this morning, but they have since removed that post. So we don't know when it's gonna come out. I'm expecting something to come out soon. So instead of like, you know, scheduling the streams around when it's gonna come out, we're just gonna stay grinding like we normally do, and we'll let the chips fall where they fall. But today, back to our goal list. So BridgeVoice auth, that's gonna be incredibly important to get that done because that product is ready to be shipped. I think that once we have a voice-to-text tool in that suite, we're gonna see a lot more subscriptions right now. We already have over 100 signups on BridgeMind. Also, the BridgeSpace xterm bug. So we're gonna get into that in a little bit as well. But let's move the desk down for now. For every like that I get on the stream, we are gonna be doing +1 push-up. I'm about to start a poll, but with that being said, let me do a couple things on my end to actually get the stream started, and then we'll get going. Let me pull up chat. Okay, so Vision X, how's it going? Okay, interesting. Sir Knight asked, how am I liking ClaudeBot? It's decent. Yeah, it's decent. I mean, ClaudeBot, you have to do a lot to actually get it set up. There is a learning curve to it. That's like definitely one thing that I'm recognizing now is that there is a learning curve to it. I want you to use the BridgeMind CLI to access my AWS account via the CLI and review the latest push to the BridgeMind MCP. Are the tasks properly restarted with the updates? Okay, so this one here. So I will say that BridgeVoice is working very well. I like what it's doing. Okay, brand identity here. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to do a couple things on my end to actually get it started, but here we go. So for example, BridgeVoice, here's what we're looking at. So like I said, you know, very similar to Whisperflow, it is going to track everything that you say. So if you miss a prompt, you're able to go back and copy it here. Here are my shortcuts. So I have it set up to my shift key. So whenever I click shift, it's going to record and transcribe my voice. Hello there, this is a quick test of BridgeVoice. So that's a quick test of BridgeVoice. The only remaining thing that we actually have to do, we do have it ready to go with like my Apple developer account. The last thing that we need to do is we actually need to make it so that we actually get the authentication set up. So let's get a couple agents working on that. Let's go over here and let's launch Claude here. And what I want to do is we're going to have to drop in a couple different things. So I'm going to drop in the API first. I'm going to drop in the BridgeMind UI, and I'm also going to drop in the BridgeVoice desktop app, okay? This is the desktop app, which is a Tori application, okay? So we're going to drop all three of these things in. I want you to launch 5 sub-agents to review this in complete depth, and what I need your help with is I need to come up with a good auth system for this application. I need you to review the BridgeVoice desktop in complete depth. Right now, there is no auth guard or means for authentication. It needs to be able to connect to the user's BridgeMind account. So I need you to review the API and note that we are using Cognito. I also need you to review the front end and brainstorm and think through how we are going to make it so that in BridgeVoice, how are we going to handle authentication? Is it going to be done inside the application? How are we going to connect to the API? What are the best practices for this? I don't want you to write any code yet, but I do want you to use plan mode to come up with a structured plan of how we are going to integrate an authentication system into this Tori application. Okay, so I'm going to paste that in, and I'm also going to, I did ask it to do plan and not write any code. That's usually a good practice to do, is that rather than just giving it a prompt and having it like take it and run with it, sometimes it can give you a much better result if you just kind of have it plan out some stuff first, right? So let's have that do that. We are using Opus 4.5. Another thing to note is that Codex, this is actually pretty big. I'm going to show you guys this tweet as well, which came out from, it's from OpenAI developers. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but let's go check this out real quick. So OpenAI developers, this is important, guys. So OpenAI developers, check this out. So let's search this up because this was a tweet that came out yesterday. Hold on. Let's go people. Okay, it's not showing up. All right, let's try this again. There it is. Okay, OpenAI devs. So this was a tweet that came out from them yesterday. So GPT 5.2 and GPT 5.2 codecs are now 40% faster. We have optimized our inference stack for all API customers. Same model, same weights, lower latency. So this is a thing that has been very, very critical for OpenAI, is that it has been a slower model. So this came out just 15 hours ago, so this is new, and we're going to be using Codex a little bit in this stream because I think that, hey, I mean, if they can make that model faster, if they can reduce that latency, which is one of the biggest issues with that model and one of the biggest reasons why I personally don't use it, then hey, we may want to start using that, especially if they do launch, a GPT 5.3 or something like that. I think that it's very, very good. Somebody asked, do I recommend Gemini Pro? I mean, it's good for like UI, but in general, those models aren't very good. Also, guys, I'm about to start a poll. Every like equals +1 push-up. If you guys have not already liked the stream, I want to do at least 750 push-ups in this stream. So make sure you guys like the video if you haven't already. Okay, also I'm going to drop the Discord link as well. Right now we're at 33. We've got 215 people watching. Let's get to at least 50 likes, guys. We got 215 people watching. Every like equals +1 push-up. Somebody said, I heard that OpenAI was partnering with some inference companies to make it faster. I really hope they can make it as fast, if not faster, than Opus. Yeah, I think that, we're definitely going to be using it because, hey, if it's faster, that's one of the biggest issues with it, right? So this model here, Codex Extra High, this model is very, very good. It's actually, if you go to artificial analysis, it's one of the best models on artificial analysis. Let me show you this to you guys because I think it's important to like really understand. People hype up Opus 4.5 and, on LM Arena, technically Opus 4.5 is the best at coding, but if you do look at this is artificial analysis, which is just a different benchmark that you definitely want to, take note of, okay? So check this out. GPT 5.2 Extra High actually outperforms Claude Opus 4.5. So I think that that's one thing that you guys need to remember. So like here, Opus 4.5 is actually being beat out by GPT 5.2 Extra High. In terms of speed, I don't think that GPT 5.2, here's GPT 5.2, and then what's interesting is that GPT 5.2 is now actually outperforming Opus 4.5 on speed. So if people talk about, hey, speed is the issue, well, look at this, it's now at 99 tokens per second versus 80. Now, that's just for that particular benchmark, It could be different in real practice, but I definitely am going to launch a couple Codex instances, and we might as well put this to the test. I mean, 40% faster, that's a pretty big deal, guys. So I don't know what you guys think, but that's a pretty big deal. DSAD Drew said OpenAI has partnered with Cerebrus for extra high tokens per second inference for their latest models. Cerebrus is a chip maker. Yes, absolutely, yeah. So if you guys remember that, about, what was it? It was maybe, what, 2 weeks ago that they announced that partnership. So yeah, thanks for the reminder there, because that was definitely very, very important. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna do the BridgeMind Electron app, and let's actually start this real quick. So this is BridgeSpace. Let's CD into it real quick. Okay, we're gonna go to BridgeMind Electron, run start here. So BridgeVoice is coming along, but we really do need to get the authentication mechanism figured out, because right now there's no way. I mean, this here, you can see that the current plan free, is this just a placeholder, I'm assuming? I'm assuming that this is just a placeholder, but let's test it out. And then this should ship. I mean, we can try and ship it like as soon as this week. We'll see though. Vibathon reviewing. We can do a Vibathon review maybe tomorrow. Today is going to be a little bit comprehensive. I've got an appointment at, what is it? I got to go at like 4:30 today. But let's just make some progress today. But yes, we are going to be doing a Vibathon review. Right now, we're 3 days into it. I got to do a couple things on my end to make sure that we can do that review. Okay. OpenAI didn't buy Bun. Anthropic bought Bun. Oh, hold up here. Okay, so I need you to review the BridgeVoice desktop. Is this a placeholder? In the screenshot. All right, so that's BridgeVoice that I'm using for voice to text. Okay, that's dropped in. But then this here, for example, this is kind of overkill. If you have this in extra high, like it is kind of overkill. Let's make sure that this doesn't, that was gonna cause it to hallucinate. So let's make sure we remove that. Okay, perfect. That looks good. Yeah, that was Anthropic. So for vibe coding, ChatGPT Plus or Claude 100x max plan. I mean, it's all going to change, right, in the course of time. Like, those things are going to change. It's going to vary. Right now, Opus 4.5, like, a lot of people are kind of starting to get tired of Opus 4.5. Like, they're starting to think, it's actually not that good anymore. I don't know if people think it's deprecated or what's happened, but I will just say that, hey, every time a new model comes out, there's a lot of hype. But the thing is these models actually aren't that good. Like, think about how good things are going to be in like a year. You know, I think that I'm very excited for this, whether it's Claude Sonnet 5 or whatever ends up being, it is going to be very good. Okay, so this is a placeholder. So what we need to figure out here is how are we going to do authentication for this BridgeVoice app, because what I need to do is right now it's actually packaged and ready to go with my Apple developer account. So for example, I could actually ship this live today on macOS for you guys to download and use. But the thing is we need to figure out a way to make sure that this is an authenticated application so that that DMG install doesn't just get shared, right? Like, we actually want to make it so that it's auth guarded, in that, hey, if you have a pro plan, you're going to be able to use this. Because with BridgeMind, what it's going to be is it's going to be a suite of vibe coding tools. So we have BridgeVoice, we have BridgeSpace, we have BridgeCode, and we have the BridgeMind MCP. So the BridgeMind MCP is already launched. There's a couple things that we need to do with that today, but the full focus of today, at least right now, is going to get this authentication mechanism working for BridgeVoice. We need to make sure that there is an auth architecture, because right now, you know, I've done it with an Electron app, but with Rust, I'm not super good with Rust. Here's the plan. So here's the plan that it's coming up with. So verification plan, unit tests for auth module, manual testing, email password login flow, Google OAuth flow, system browser, deep link, token exchange. So it's going to use a deep link. So let's launch another Claude Code instance real quick, and have the other Claude Code instance kind of review this plan here, and then just have it kind of explain, just so that we can read up on it and really understand what all it's doing. You know, that's one very, very important thing to do whenever you're vibe coding, is you want to make sure that you understand what the AI is doing. You can't just have it work and not know what it's doing. You want to make sure that you have a full understanding of it. So let's drop this in. I need you to review this plan that was done and created by another AI agent, and I want you to create a clear and concise summary of understanding the key concepts in it. For example, the deep link flow, how will that work? All right, let's go. Okay, somebody said, okay, that's funny. New here, what does your app do? So, like I said, yeah, you can check the description, but right now we're creating a suite of vibe coding tools. And then I actually was thinking that I've got a couple exciting things coming for you guys, what we're gonna be working on here soon, but we need to ship all these tools. let's see here. So this is BridgeVoice, so you can drag this anywhere and then you can record, so we're gonna cancel that, but definitely excited to be able to launch this. Okay. Okay, somebody said I tried Kini K2.5 with Claude Code. The performance almost on par with Opus 4.5. Have you tried it yet? Yeah, I mean, I did try it. It was hallucinating all over the place for me. You know, I tried it with a typical prompt that I would give, and it did hallucinate. And then I tried it with, you know, another model. I switched over to like Gemini 3 Flash, and it didn't hallucinate at all, right? So it's just interesting to see that. Okay, so let's see this. So this is the plan. BridgeVoice Desktop needs to authenticate users against BridgeMind's existing Cognito system. The challenge, desktop apps can't safely store secrets like web apps can, and Google blocks OAuth in embedded web views. So that's our issue. So the solution that it's come up with is an authorization code plus PKCE flow using the system browser with tokens stored in an encrypted vault. Deep link flow explained. Deep links allow the system browser to redirect back to your desktop app after OAuth completes. How it works. So users click sign in with Google in BridgeVoice. App generates okay, why is it only sign in with Google though? I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, it's getting updated. Okay. I need you to review. Is this only going to be compatible with Google Auth, or is this also going to be compatible with the other sign-in flows like Apple and email and password? Review and output the answer concisely to me. Oops, that stinks. Okay, this is updating, so I literally missed that prompt because it updated. Okay. Okay, this is making updates, so. All right, is this only going to be compatible with Google Auth, or will we also be able to use email, password, and Apple? All right, also guys, let's do a quick like check. How many likes are we at on this stream? For every like, I'm gonna be doing +1 push-ups. So right now we're at 83. I did 25 at the start of the stream, so I've got to do, what is that? All right, I did 25, we're at 83. So let's drop, guys. I've unlocked a new thing. You know, if you do these push-ups, here's what I'm gonna tell you. If you do the push-ups, you're gonna unlock new modes. So as you guys know, I know how to do the 50 bomb, but I actually unlocked something new just recently. I'm excited to show you guys. I've unlocked a 60 bomb. So let's knock that out, guys. Let's go. All right, 60 bomb is officially unlocked. Let's go. All right, I'm 85. Okay, so let's check this out. So this one here, so did not include, so Google OAuth is included. Email password is, all right, apparently this is out of scope. It shouldn't be though, because we do have that configured. Okay, Grappler said, how much does Claude Code cost for a medium project? I mean, all you pretty much need for a medium project is probably the Claude 5X plan, which is $100 a month. If you're a super user, I would suggest the max plan, which is 20x usage, but it just depends. Somebody said use Codex, Claude stinks, and is just a usage drainer. I mean, we're gonna use Codex a little bit more. Their speed improvement definitely does change things. Okay. right, let's go to BridgeVoice. Okay, we're gonna have to launch Whisperflow because there's updates being made to BridgeVoice. So while updates are being made, the app is gonna continuously be like refreshing and stuff. So it like refreshes, and it kills the connection. Super Combo said hopefully 2 more hours before Sonnet 5, maybe Opus 4.6. We'll see, that would be fantastic. We could get it today, we'll see though. And please remember that I am on stream and people can see everything in your output, so you can't show anything sensitive. But help me understand how I actually get this so that people can install it on their Mac. Note that I already went through the process of configuring the credentials that I needed to and setting up the, oh my gosh, I totally forgot what it was. We did it, what was it, last week? When we set up the security mechanism so that we could actually, like the passwords and stuff. This may be a little bit more private, so hold on, let me just enter this. Review the project. Is there a README associated with this? Okay, actually, I do not want to use Codex Extra High for that because number 1, it's going to be expensive, and number 2, it's going to be slow. So I'm going to use Composer 1 for that inside of Cursor. Let's do that real quick. Okay, so here's what I'm looking at now. So Composer 1 should be able to get that for us. Let's see. I just want to make sure that there's nothing sensitive that gets shared because there are like some keys and stuff. Okay, wow. Composer 1 is super fast. Okay, so let's just do a quick review. So project review summary. So it does have deployment. So current status, it's code signing application. Yeah, code signing configured, notarization. Yeah, you have to get notarized. Somebody said Kimi 3.0 just came out. Didn't Kimi 2.5 just come out? Okay. So we did do this last week. So, I mean, BridgeVoice is pretty much ready to go. We just have to make sure that we actually have it with the auth guard on it. How users install it, download the DMG file, open the DMG. Okay. Note that I have gone through the notarization process successfully. What are the next steps in the process? Like, how do I actually get it so that people can download it, right? Yeah, Composer 1 is super fast. I remember when Composer 1 initially came out, if you guys remember and were there for that. I bet all the OGs remember, but you know, we were working on it with View Creator and it built features like that. It built features insanely quickly. But now it's like Composer 1 is just kind of dumb. You know, when you can compare it with some of the frontier models, it's like, yeah, you're getting 200 tokens of speed, but you know, compared with a lot of the better models, it's like you don't want to be using it to code. But that's, you know, okay. So let's see here. So verify the build, confirm signing and notarization. So navigate to your build output, verify code signature. How about this? How about we have it do it for us? Hold on. So I'm gonna actually switch to. I mean, it may be good. It may be smart to switch to GPT 5.2 Codex here and ask it to do this for us. Would it be possible for you to do this for me? What would be the process of us being able to verify the build and then actually doing the next steps? You need to think deeply and generate a structured plan because you are going to be assisting me in this process. I have no idea how to do it. So I need you to review the project in complete depth, gain a full understanding of everything about the project, and then assist me with the deployment process. It's ready for macOS deployment. So I just need you to tell me what needs to be done. Okay, so we'll do that real quick. It is ready for macOS deployment. We just need to make sure that we finish off with the auth guard and then we'll be good. This one here, I'm assuming that it's going to cause some issues, but we'll fix them as they come up. W. Dan said Composer plus external MCPs, for example, Exa plus skills plus rules can feel like a frontier model in his opinion. That's interesting. Okay, so I mean, yeah, W. Dan has he's got like some really unique workflows. He's a guy that's been around for a long time, and if he says that, I would definitely take his word for it. So yeah, so he said small bites, not major swings. Yeah, I do remember like when that initially came out, you were telling me a little bit about that, about how to just like basically break it up into subtasks, but that's definitely a good strategy as well. But one thing that I also think that the BridgeMind MCP is going to help with, you know, there's a couple things that we're actually fixing with that as well today. I had to change the endpoint last night. on our no talking stream. I was working on it. Let me check my MCP configuration to see if that's actually working right now. Let me go over here, go to tools. It would be great if this could finally get working. Guys, this is actually huge. Okay, I actually have news. This is big. Check this out. So the BridgeMind MCP is now connected with Cursor. Do you guys see this? I've actually just got this working because before the stream started, I was trying to get this working, but this is now live. So the BridgeMind MCP, what this is this is a task management MCP. So to WDN's point, what we're able to do with this MCP is, hey, we're able to work like, this is the big point behind the BridgeMind MCP. And I think that it's gonna be very, very useful for a bunch of my different workflows. So let's say that I have my 3 Claude bots, right? These are my this is OpenClaw, okay? OpenClaw, 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 right? So these are my 3 OpenClaw agents, right? These are going to be configured with the BridgeMind MCP. And in the BridgeMind MCP, you create a project, and the project could look like something as simple as this, right? It could just be like, let's just call it the Bridge project, right? And these OpenClaw agents are able to connect with this project, and they're able to create tasks and manage the status of these tasks. So there's 2 really important parts about a task inside of the BridgeMind MCP. There's instructions, and then there's knowledge. So there's instructions, and then there's knowledge, okay? So what this allows you to do is you can launch a bunch of Claude code agents, right? And these agents can be working in this project, and let's say you have these agents creating the tasks that need to be done. So let's say you give it a prompt, it's gonna intuitively be able to know, okay, these are the tasks that need to be created based off of this user's prompt, and then they create these tasks, and they create them with system prompts. So it takes your human request, and in the instructions, it creates a more robust system prompt. So, we'll get into that a little bit more, but just as an example, let's try it out here to see if it's actually working. Let's use Composer 1. I want you to use the BridgeMind MCP, and I want you to list out the projects in my account. So let's see if this is actually working, because this is now connected to production. So I just want to confirm that this is actually working. So you can see that's integrating in perfect. Let's go, chat. All right, let's go, guys. So this is finally working in production. I just got this working this morning. What I had to do is so annoying. I had to switch from I was previously on an SSE endpoint, so I was using SSE, and I actually switched over to just your standardized MCP. Instead of an SSE endpoint. So if you guys are already, I saw that there was over 100 people that signed up for the BridgeMind MCP. So if you guys had that configured initially and were using that, there were some errors there. We're probably gonna have to do some sort of change log as well. I want you to create a new project called BridgeMind. Okay, so this can also, so you can literally manage these projects completely, and it's very, very useful. It's very useful, guys. Let's see here. Yeah, so a lot of people are talking about the Sonnet 5 release. So yesterday I didn't stream because literally we had over 100 people or close to 100 people in the BridgeMind co-working channel, and we were all just on Claude Sonnet watch. I even had one person, oh my gosh, it was so funny. Okay, I have a story for you guys. So we were in the Discord co-working channel, right? And there was a ton of people in there, and one of the members of our community who has been here for a long time, there were actually 2 of them, but they basically were oh my gosh, Sonnet 5's out, Sonnet 5's out, and they dropped in this command, right? And the command made it look like I was connected to Sonnet 5, so I went live, right? And I was like, what's up, guys? Sonnet 5 is live, because I literally thought that it was live. And I busted out my push-ups, and I was like, let's do it. And then it showed 404, and I realized that they had just basically trolled me. It was just funny. But if you guys were there, that was hilarious. Okay. Somebody said, are you a pure vibe coder, or are you a coder otherwise? Yeah, I mean, I have hundreds of certifications on Codecademy. It's just coding manually is not the best way to do software development anymore. Let's also check up on this installation here. So what is Codex actually saying? And I will say I do notice the speed differences, but just as a reminder, the BridgeMind MCP is now live. You can try it out in a free trial. I think that I may make it free, but I just want people that are serious about being early testers to be putting in their credit card information, starting the free trial. You can cancel the free trial, or you get 50% off. I don't know if you guys want to try it out genuinely, but as more tools release like BridgeVoice, there's just going to be continued value adds going into this vibe coding suite, so that $20 a month subscription is going to continue to get more and more valuable. Somebody said, what are you trying to build in BridgeMind? So you can go check out the website or the description below, but we're building 4 products that are going to be a vibe coding suite. So it's everything you need to become a really good vibe coder, and it's a basically an ADE. It's a voice-to-text tool, it's a CLI tool, and it's an MCP. So those are the 4 products. We just, the MCP is officially live now, but let's see this. So confirm artifacts in current build state. So goal, ensure the latest sign plus notarize.app and DMG exist and are in the exact paths. Actions I will take. Locate the latest build and outputs, and then check these. So it should be in these outputs. Confirm. Okay, let's just try this one out first. I don't know if there's going to be sensitive information, so I just want to try this out. Let's do phase 1 to start. Don't update anything or take any actions, but just do a diagnosis and a review. All right, also guys, we are up to 137 likes. I don't know if you guys already saw it, but I have unlocked a new thing. It's called the 60 bomb. And I mean, here's the thing, and I actually didn't even get this in. Consistency is the key, guys. This is the phrase of the day, okay? Consistency is the key. You know, I was actually thinking about this a lot. It's like, it's interesting in my journey because, like, if you're consistent, what people don't understand is that, like, if you just show up every day, even when the results aren't good or you're not feeling good or it's painful to show up or you don't want to show up, but you just continue to show up and you have that consistency, things will compound over time to the point where you'll reach basically like a breakout moment. And if you guys have been, you know, following BridgeMind, you know that that's what we experienced. You know, it has definitely been interesting to be along for the ride, hasn't it? Let's see here. Somebody said Codex is really fast in Codex app, but Opus is still better. Yeah. For how long, though? Okay, so this is Codex. I'm trying to think through. Okay, like, let's just go back to our list. So the biggest thing on, so this is BridgeSpace. Let's rebrand this BridgeSpace. So right now, it's just called BridgeMind Electron. Okay, not the Claude MD file. I need you to review the BridgeMind Electron application, and I want you to note that this is the, okay, this is the BridgeSpace. Why did I choose Cursor over Codex or Terminal? So I use all of them, and in your workflow, like as you become a better vibe coder, there's different use cases for the different tools, okay? So, you know, I'm using Warp now, and I'm using Codex. I was using Cursor a second ago because I need to use Composer 1. So I have a lot of subscriptions, and I kind of just jump around because when you do it more, you get like intuition, right, of what model is going to be able to complete each task. And I want you to note that this is the BridgeSpace product, and I need you to rebrand it as such. Keep the BridgeMind logo symbol consistent, but make sure, for example, in the screenshot, that this says BridgeSpace, not BridgeMind. So this is BridgeSpace, and what this is this is an ADE, okay? So this is an agentic development environment. So this is becoming more common. You know, you're not gonna have to look at the code very much in the future. So people are kind of coming away from IDEs and they're moving to ADEs. So we'll let that do its thing. I also do want to launch an additional terminal. We're having issues with the BridgeMind Electron app with xterm. I want you to do a complete review of the xterm integration in this application and come back to me with a summary of your findings. Is xterm clean and consistent? What are your thoughts? Do an in-depth review. Somebody said, are you putting a Kanban front end on this MCP? IT machine, yeah, that's a great question. So, you know, here's the thing is that, like, also, let's go over here. The release binaries don't exist on disk right now. Okay, apparently these don't exist. That indicates no release build artifacts are present in the expected output location. If you want to, I can do a deeper recheck to see if, okay. So these aren't on the disk. Okay, I'm gonna answer IT's question in just a second. Let me log in. Let me sign in real quick and I'll show that. So let me see this here. Okay. So yeah, so with that BridgeMind MCP, you know, all of these vibe coding tools are going to connect with one another. And for example, like if you remembered, we just created this BridgeMind app, right? So watch this. So I can go over here and I'm going to say, I want you to do an in-depth review of the BridgeMind UI and identify any issues that you see with the SEO in the website. And I want you to use the BridgeMind MCP to create new tasks associated with each finding and improvement that we can make to the BridgeMind UI SEO strategy and create tasks respectively. Make sure that each task has the best practice instructions and knowledge needed to complete the task. So this is an example. Yes, Funky, we are going to be doing a Vibathon review. Not today, but potentially tomorrow. But yes. Okay, so I'm gonna drop this in. What you guys are gonna see is that this is actually going to populate basically a Kanban board, but I look at it more of like a task management board because it's not only going to be associated with coding, right? Like, you know, back to my example here, I have these OpenClaw bots, right? And these OpenClaw bots are going to be using the BridgeMind MCP, and it's going to be doing all sorts of tasks, not just related to coding, but other tasks as well, associated with content creation or SEO or trending things or new keywords, like all these things that are going to be tasks that these OpenClaw agents are going to be working on. But here's what the MCP does. So you can see it did a review and now it's creating all these tasks. So now if I go back over to BridgeSpace and I'm going to have to refresh this, let's see here, did it do it the right one? Let's see. Let's give it a second. Maybe there's an issue, but we'll see. This is a good test though. Also guys, we are at 156 likes. We're at 156 likes. How many push-ups have we done? We've done 85 push-ups. Let's drop a 50 bomb. Let's drop a 50 bomb. All tasks are in the test project. I wanted you to create these tasks in the BridgeMind project. Please try again. All right, let's do a 50 bomb, guys. Woo! Sorry guys, I did a 65 bomb instead. All right, we're up to 150 push-ups. Let's go. Okay, so there we go. I mean, and that's the thing. Consistency is the key. You know, I started out with 25 bombs, and now I'm doing 65 bombs. So if that doesn't show you anything, I don't know what does. Okay. Oh, did I log in? Oh, I must have logged in with a different... Wait, hold up. What projects are in my account? Show your Stripe dashboard. Why? How to revert to previous changes in CLI. In IDE, it's easy to revert changes. Yeah, so there's like resume. Okay, so actually... Okay, so I'm actually in the wrong project locally. Let me figure out what email is associated with the one that I actually am logged. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, hold up. I did log into the wrong account. Also, don't forget that we do have these agents working. One thing to know. Okay, this is actually a very interesting thing, okay? So, Opus 4.5, for example, thinks for like, it doesn't think as hard as, okay, there we go. That did complete. Okay, wait, give me 1 second here. Okay, so for example, okay, how do I get this one on this one? Hold on, how do I get this here into this? I want this warp window. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we're gonna launch a bunch of Codex instances today. I may actually upgrade to a ChatGPT. Yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna upgrade to a ChatGPT Pro account real quick. They got me. Let's buy the Pro plan because I'm gonna run out really quickly here on the Plus plan. And here's the thing is that, yes, if you make it faster, it's gonna be better. IT Machine said, huge use case for this. Thank you. Somebody said, I feel your vibe. Let's go. All right, let's go here. So I am gonna get the Pro plan. Take my money, Sam. So yeah, I mean, they did. So the big thing is, like, you guys know that you know, for a while now, I've been like very against, not against necessarily, but I've been very hesitant against like Codex and OpenAI. But the thing is that like just because they did mess up doesn't necessarily mean that their models are going to be bad in the future, right? So, you know, I think that with Codex, they said, hey, we have this, you know, this new, not a new model, but like I said at the start of the beginning of the stream, if you guys missed this, very important to know. I see now we have 346 people watching. Also, we have 346 people watching, only 188 likes. Guys, let's get the likes up. Let's go. Also, if you haven't already subscribed, make sure you subscribe. We're going for 40,000 subscribers this week. Right now, we're at 39,000. Let's go, guys. So, yeah, this is the big announcement from OpenAI this week. So, GPT 5.2 and GPT 5.2 Codex are now 40% faster. So, you know, this is big. This is definitely big. You know, I'm probably gonna... Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys. Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, I'm getting a call. Give me 1 sec. Hold on. I'm gonna mute my mic. Hey Sam, what's up? Yeah, you're watching the stream? Yeah, I got your wire transfer. Yeah, I'm upgrading to the ChatGPT Pro subscription right now. Yeah, I would just say that like make sure it's like 50,000 is good, but just make sure it's like let's do at least 100,000 next time, and you know maybe I'll like use it a little bit more in the streams. But yeah, I did get the wire transfer. Yep, I'll tell them that it's good, and I'll tell them that it's 40% faster. Yeah. Oh, you guys are lying about that? Okay. Okay, that's okay. Thanks for just letting me know. Yeah, I'll hype it up. I'll hype it up. All right. Thank you, Sam. See ya. All right, sorry, guys. I've got this crazy ex-girlfriend that keeps blowing my phone up. Happens a lot on stream. I don't know why, but I think she watches the stream or something. I don't know. All right, so let's go in here and let's get ChatGPT Pro, guys. Let's upgrade. Time to upgrade. Okay, how do I upgrade? Settings. They make it hard to take my money. Account. Hold on, how do I get it so they can take my money? I'm surprised that Sam makes it hard for them to take my money. All right, let's go here. Upgrade ChatGPT subscription. All right, hold up here. Okay. All right, so these are the ChatGPT subscriptions. I'm gonna upgrade to Pro. So Pro reasoning with 5.2 Pro. So I mean, the biggest reason I'm gonna upgrade to this is because I do expect that GPT 5.3 model to come here soon. And I mean, why can I not easily upgrade? Download apps, settings. There's literally no way to manage my account anymore. I don't see a way for me to. That is crazy. Does anybody in chat know how I can upgrade? Just got 500. Yeah, I'm not sure. Wait, who said just got 500? Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. We'll wait till maybe there's something. Maybe we can do it through the CLI. I'm not sure. But like this is the biggest thing with Codex is that it does work for much longer. So there's like two caveats to this though, is that if it works longer, you can pass off more tasks. So the question I think that we need to ask ourselves is, okay, so like think about it like this, okay? Let's say that we're like genuinely comparing Claude versus GPT, right? So in GPT, this one's gonna work longer. And I think it puts more tokens for it. It has a larger context, 400,000 context. So 400,000. Claude Opus has 200,000. It's more expensive. It is faster. But here's the point that I'm trying to make, is that with GPT, I remember when I used to be like solely on Codex, sometimes it was better because I could pass it into like 10 Codex agents at once, that would always be able to one-shot this. Like, it would be able to one-shot pretty much every single time. Whereas with Opus, it would work faster, but maybe not give you as good of a response. IT, yeah, exactly, yeah. IT, Claude's down for... Okay, a lot of people are saying that Claude is down. We could potentially get Claude Sonnet 5 today. We'll see. Yesterday, we were on Claude Sonnet 5 watch. We had like close to 100 people in the Discord that were all on Claude Sonnet 5 watch. I got trolled on yesterday, but ultimately it was a good day. It was a good day. Okay, let's go to BridgeVoice real quick. And where's that Claude agent that was actually working with our... Okay, so here it was. This is it, right? Okay, so this is what it is. So this is the auth that it did. So let me verify there are no remaining references to the auth code. Oh, this is the one that removed the auth code. The code base now. Okay, so that's what I did. I removed it first to just make it clear. And then now, where is that? Where is it here? Okay, it's that right here. So Rust auth module. So this is what it is. So Rust auth module. So what I'm gonna do now is, and this is what stinks about Claude, is because of that lower context window, it's not good because, hey, now I'm at low context, I'm auto-compacting, and I have all this work that was done. In the next prompt that I give it, it's gonna auto-compact and it's gonna lose a bunch of context and it's gonna start hallucinating all over the place, right? So this is one like issue with Claude, is that, hey, now it's gonna auto-compact because it has such a short context window. I want you to now output a handoff prompt so that Codex GPT 5.2 can review your work. A lot of people are saying Claude is down. I mean, this'll give us a look. All right, let's see here. Somebody said, but it still doesn't compare. Okay, build in silent. I think building in public is like, and this is the thing, I actually see it's pretty cool because a lot of people from the BridgeMind community are like starting to stream themselves, which I think is awesome. You know, I think that especially in today's world, when you are able to be authentic and genuine with a community and build a community, like I was even thinking about this yesterday, it's like, hey, once you build a platform and you're growing it and you're building a community, that in itself is like has a tremendous correlation with success and the ability and your capability of being able to do pretty much whatever you want. Whatever you want, meaning like, hey, you can go build this product, you can go build that product, and you know, it's just a very interesting perspective of like, hey, building in public gives you tremendous opportunity, and honestly, it's very difficult. I actually saw that some people were on a podcast. I forget the name of a podcast. It was like an AI marketing podcast or something like that, and they were actually talking about what we're doing here with BridgeMind, and they were like, it was interesting to hear them talk about it. But I mean, maybe I can find the clip. Let me know if you guys want to see the clip. But it was kind of cool. Who is your sponsor? How are you paying for your website URL? So I do not have any sponsors. I don't take sponsors. I'm paying for all this out of pocket, out of money that I've invested into the company. Okay, provide the bridge. Okay, so let's check out BridgeSpace now. Let's pull this up. So now it says BridgeSpace, which looks good. So here we have agents, prompts. Okay, it's fine. So this is the issue that we have, is that we want to make sure that we actually sign back in. So I'm going to go over to NPM here. I'm going to kill our connection. Where is it? That's the Tory app. Is it? That's not it. It's, okay, it's this here. Okay, so let's actually restart this. I'm gonna sign in again. Okay, let me get the clip real quick. It's actually pretty cool. Let me airdrop it and then I'll show it to you guys. But this was cool. It just shows like how big the mission is getting, but I'm gonna share this real quick. This was a cool clip that I saw from, man, I wish I knew the name of the podcast. Like, man, I feel like it's not appropriate for me to share and then not at least give them a shout out. I don't know what the name of it was, so I'm sorry. Yeah, people are saying Opus is down. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys this clip real quick. It's pretty cool. Somebody asked me what the plan I'm using is. So I've got the ChatGPT Plus plan, and I'm on the Claude Max plan. Okay, so I did just receive this video. I'm gonna open it. Yeah, so I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit and let you guys watch this. This was interesting. I saw this yesterday.
Vibe coding to 1 million. Who's the streamer that coded to $1 million?
Okay, so this guy over here is running a cluster of Claude Code terminals, vibe coding apps until he hits $1 million. Most interesting person shipping I've seen recently. He's on here too. So you can see he's like, look, he's like dancing. He's like vibe coding and dancing.
And push-ups.
Yeah,
That's
actually
cool.
his dog. So I guess that's all he's gonna do. It's like a spectacle, right?
Welcome to the
And
spectacle, guys.
if we look at his YouTube, let's just look at his YouTube for a moment. Okay, so far he has 34,000 subscribers.
I already like this guy.
BridgeMind,
He's
okay?
entertaining.
And vibe coding an app until I make $1 million. So stream 4 days ago, 18,000 views, 28,000 views, 28,000 views. Let me tell you why this is smart. So he's also vibe coding when he's not talking. When I spend time on this, I should just turn on my stream over the weekend and just turn it on, like, just talk. Look at this, amazing, right? And people follow you for the spectacle, and they also learn from you as well.
You should start streaming.
I do stream. We're streaming right now.
No, you.
Okay. So that was the clip, but I just thought that was cool. I thought that was cool. It's like, like I've said from the very beginning, it's like when I started doing this, I didn't get into this thinking, oh, I want to be a content creator and make content. I just was already doing it, right? So I just decided to share it, and since it's done pretty well, right? So that's just for anybody out there that's like, hey, like, you don't have to really like have a concrete idea in your mind of like, oh, I need to do this, or this is my plan. Like, just get started and be consistent, and you're going to make progress, and you can become successful. Just stay, have a vision, have a target, and then just show up every day and make progress, and you're going to become successful. Like, it's just, hey, just put in the time, make progress every day, and you'll make it. Okay, help me understand this. Note that I already went through the notarization process and did go through the build process with my Apple developer account and went through all that process. Why is there no builds on my disk? Do not expose anything sensitive. I am streaming right now, but tell me why. Somebody asked what happened to Big T. So Big T is actually not technical. Well, I grew up with him, and it's not my dog. It's my family's dog. Sometimes I get to watch him. Okay, so likely reasons the build artifacts aren't on the disk. So cleaned after build. Built in a different workspace or folder. The build output lives under the exact project. If you ran the build from another clone or path. Okay. If you want a re-diagnosis, I can scan for any bundle outputs under BridgeVoice and show that. Okay, yes, please do that. All right, so this is going to be a little bit sensitive, so I don't want to show that. I'm going to move over here. Okay, let's see if this one was able to do a handoff prompt. So if you guys remember, okay, this is the handoff. So here's the handoff. Known considerations in Rust, defaults to native. Vite Cognito client ID. Oh, Vite. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, interesting. Okay, well, let's do the handoff here. So this is a summary, and we're gonna pass this handoff into Codex. Let's drop a fresh Codex instance, and we're gonna have it review this here. So it's this one here. So I'm gonna do BridgeVoice desktop, and I'm gonna pass in the handoff prompt from Claude. This is a handoff prompt from Claude related to the auth mechanism that we're trying to implement inside of BridgeVoice. I need you to review it and review the code that it actually wrote and come back to me with a summary of your findings. Is there anything else that needs to be done for us to be able to get our authentication mechanism working for BridgeVoice? And is this auth guard good? Review and come back to me. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna have a ton of questions in chat. All right, let's knock out some push-ups, guys. Let's drop a 50 bomb. And oh, this is one cool thing is that now Codex does spawn their own sub-agents. So that's actually one thing to note, with Codex. I'm probably gonna get the ChatGPT Pro plan today because this here, do you guys see agent spawned? This is new. This is actually pretty good. I think Codex could potentially, catch up with Claude Code. All right, the 50 bombs are getting easier and easier, guys. They're getting easier. All right, we're up to 200 push-ups. Likes are at 278. Somebody said, I'm starting my first app. Which AI can you advise me to use instead of ChatGPT? I would definitely suggest Cursor's pretty useful for apps. Claude Code is the best vibe coding tool right now on the market. But Cursor, I mean, it is expensive though. Cursor's expensive. A lot of people have been saying that they're not even using Cursor anymore. I think Cursor's losing market share or something. Somebody said ChatGPT Pro is not worth it. Just wait a few weeks. Claude will release a new one 1,000 times better than Codex. Potentially, but we'll see. We'll see. Codex Extra High is pretty good. All right, let's go here. All right, let me go back to that Cursor instance and see what's going on over there. All right, so it says that no bundle artifact exists anywhere under BridgeVoice desktop. That means this local target folder is either clean, never built in this workspace, or was cleaned after the build. If you want, I don't think that they were moved to another location. I just don't think that they exist. What is the process that is required to actually build this and get them in the correct folder? Okay, so this is what it is. All right, here's the minimal correct process to generate the macOS artifacts locally. So the prerequisites are Xcode select install. Rust and Node must be installed. From the project root, you run npm install, and then you run npm run build. Great, I want you to do this for me. All right, I want it to do it for me. I think it will be able to do it for me. So let's have it do it for us. All right, also I have like a million tabs open right now, so I do need to get these under control. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so we were using Cursor just a second ago. Let's go over here. So this one's working, checking deep link config. Okay. Great work on updating the branding for that. I now need you to review the content for BridgeSpace on the website. I need you to note that this is an ADE, an agent development environment. With the rise of AI coding tools and vibe coding tools in the future, developers will not need to review or look at any code. They will just work with agent systems. BridgeSpace is an agent development environment that enables vibe coders and agentic coders to be able to build with what they need in a good workspace environment for working with agentic tools. I want you to review the content on the website and update it respectively to reflect what this product actually is. Somebody asked, when is BridgeSpace dropping? Very, very soon. I think that all of these tools, and this is actually what I was thinking of, it's like all these tools are going to be released like this month. You know, slowly, like if you guys are following along, you know, we just launched to production. The BridgeMind MCP is now available in production and working. But here's the thing is like, this is a suite of vibe coding tools. Like, don't forget about BridgeCode either. You know, this is another one. This is going to be last on our list because this one's actually like relatively easy. But don't forget about BridgeCode. Don't sleep on BridgeCode because once BridgeCode releases, you know, this is our own CLI tool. We forked OpenCode. We added additional features on top of it, and we're going to continue to work with it, stay up to date with the upstream updates. But I also think that we'll be able to integrate even more things into this vibe coding environment. We'll be able to integrate with free models and offer free models. For example, like OpenRouter free. You know, we'll be able to integrate with that and you know, offer those models. So I'm excited for what the future holds like over this next month. I think that people are really going to see it come together. You know, back to my point here, it's like, hey, consistency is the key. If you can show up and make progress every day, everything is going to sort itself out, right? I can tell you guys right now, like when I first started doing this, I always, like, especially when you're doing building in public, I always had haters. I always had people that were saying, you know, you don't know what you're doing, you're stupid, vibe coding is like terrible, basically all these things, right? Oh, wow. Guys, check this out. Let's go. BridgeVoice. Let's go. Okay, so you can see that codex in the background was basically working on this. Let me check that what actually is what's going on here to see what it's doing. Okay, I do have to enter some passwords here, but this looks good. This looks good. GPT 5.2 Codex is doing its job. That looks good. Here it is. Yeah, I think this will work. So we'll just let that do its thing, and then we'll come back to it. But let's go back to these Codex instances. And here's the thing with Codex is that you can launch more agents at once, and if they're able to one-shot, that is very, very good. Okay. So BridgeSpace updating here. So, you know, like I was saying, with building in public, you're always going to have people that are hating on you, right? And I saw it with, like, ever since the very beginning, right? I had haters when I had, you know, 100 subscribers. I had haters when I had 1,000 subscribers. I had people that were doubting at me at 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, and now it's 40,000. So it's like, hey, if you want to be successful, like, I think it's easier than ever before to build, not easier than ever before to market. And that's one big thing that, like, I think what people lose sight of is it's like, I'm not just trying to do like vibe coding, right? Like, there are so many applications for agent workflows and AI workflows that people don't see and potentially like don't really have a grasp on, right? So it's like, even for me, like when I'm doing marketing and I'm doing content creation and I'm getting all these things out there, you know, people don't understand that, like, yeah, I'm using AI to create shorts. I'm using AI to be able to write the titles, descriptions for my videos. I'm using it to write the tags for my videos. I'm using it to create the thumbnails for my videos. I'm using AI for everything that I do. I generated 500,000 impressions on X because I was just using Claude Code to post tweets on X, right? Like, it's absolutely insane what's possible now, and people lose sight of like what you're able to actually do with it. It's like, hey, sometimes you got to just like stop speculating and start implementing, right? Okay, somebody said, how much are you spending on Claude Code every day? I just have a $200 subscription. Okay, so what did this actually do? So build completed and the artifacts now exist. So the app bundle is here. That's here. Indicates Apple Silicon. If you need Intel, you'll need an x86-64 build 2. In this build, notarization was skipped because the Apple EMV bearers were not set in the build shell, so this specific DMG app is signed but not notarized. To produce a notarized build, either rerun the build in a terminal session where Apple ID, Apple password, and Apple Team ID are set, or manually notarize it. Okay, so this is actually a big, not an issue, but we're gonna need to do this. I don't think that we necessarily have to focus in on this right now. This is maybe something a little bit sensitive that I could do off stream, but that's definitely one thing important, is that we actually do get that DMG installation so that people can install it. Somebody said, did you build your own vibe coding tool, or is that a tool you're using from somebody else? We're using Codex right now and also Cursor, but we are working on a suite of vibe coding tools. Also, guys, we've got 459 people watching, only 334 likes. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Okay, so let's see this. This looks fine. What is it saying about this? Critical stored sessions will not survive a restart. Okay, I now need you to create a structured plan for code updates based off of your findings and update the code respectively. Somebody asked, what ChatGPT plan do I use? I'm just on the Plus plan. I'm considering upgrading to the Pro plan today based off of like when we actually reach these limits, right? But this is BridgeVoice. This is something that we're trying to get launched potentially like this week. I think that all of these tools will be launched in February. That's the goal of mine. Honestly, let's put it up on the board. Let's put it up on the board, guys. We used to have a nice little goal section here. Let's do this. ClaudeBot, what month comes after February? Okay, April. Oh, I made that way too big. Also, I was joking about the April thing. Okay, hold up here. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, you saw it here first, folks. BridgeVoice launched. My handwriting, I'm probably gonna have to, do that again. But here we go. BridgeVoice launched. Also, BridgeSpace launched. So it's like, hey, all these tools are gonna work off of one another, right? So every time we release one of these new products, it makes that $20 a month subscription even more valuable, right? Because, you know, with doing all the streaming, it's like, I see it all the time. People are like, what voice to text tool are you using? What IDE are you using? What ADE are you using? All these things, and it's like, hey, if we can just have basically a vibe coding suite where I'm doing the streams, and the streams are going to become, you know, that much more useful for me because I'm marketing vibe coding tool products to people that are interested in vibe coding, right? So it kind of goes hand in hand, okay? With that being said, we're going to maintain these products, but then we're also going to move towards some really, really big goals that I have for the future. But, you know, we'll get into that after we launch the suite. I think just having a hyper focus on what we're doing now is very, very important. Okay, let's see here. So built for agent first workspace. Okay. All right, also guys, we got 487 people watching. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's go back to cursor and let's see what it wants from us. So yeah, so we're gonna do that off stream just because it's a little bit more sensitive. Okay, let's go back here. This looks good. Also, can we keep an eye out on Claude Sonnet 5? Is that it could potentially release today? Yesterday, we were basically on Claude Sonnet 5 watch all day yesterday. We didn't stream because I was like 99% sure that it was going to release, but apparently they were having like elevated error rates or something, so I don't know what was up with that. But okay, great work on that. I now want you to review the xterm. Okay, so this is now what I want to show you guys. So BridgeSpace, so this is the ADE, okay? This is an agent development environment. In the future, you're not gonna have to look at any code. You're not gonna have to review any code. You're just gonna be able to work through these tools. So let's sign in with the browser. And I'm actually gonna sign in with Google here. Okay, so I did just discover something on this page here. This is actually not working the same. So this has a deep link, okay? So this has a deep link. Would you provide a simple and concise explanation real quick for what a deep link actually is? Somebody said 10 a.m. PST for 5. That's what people are saying right now. 10 a.m. PST, which is what? That's 1 p.m. So maybe in an hour we could get Claude Sonnet 5. We'll see. So yeah, a deep link is a URL that opens a specific screen or action inside an app instead of just launching the app's home screen. Do we use a deep link in BridgeSpace? Oh, not use. Hold on. Do we use a deep link inside of BridgeSpace? Oh my gosh. This is why you don't use Whisperflow. BridgeVoice will be better. Also, guys, we're up to 383 likes. How many push-ups are we at? Oh, shoot. We're only at 200 push-ups. We're going to have to drop a 60 bomb. We unlocked the 60 bomb just recently. It's a new upgrade. Hold on, let's get our agents running for us real quick. I need you to review this in complete depth and help me completely understand the auth mechanism. The auth mechanism. Thank you, Whisperflow. Okay. Oh my gosh, chat. I have breaking news. We just dropped the first ever 70 bomb on stream. You saw it here first. 70 bomb. We just dropped the 70 bomb, chat. W's in the chat. There's the first one ever. W70 in the chat. Who did them with me? Let's go. Okay. Okay, so yes. BridgeSpace does use a custom deep link protocol for OAuth. Okay, let's go, chat. 70 bomb, first one ever. You guys witnessed it here first, and that's what I'm saying. Consistency is key. If you show up on stream every day and you're dropping 50 bombs, if you drop a 30 bomb consistently, you'll be able to drop a 40 bomb. If you drop a 40 bomb consistently, you'll be able to drop a 50 bomb. 50 bomb leads to 60 bomb. You know what I'm excited for? 100 bomb. The streams don't stop until we get to 100 bomb. Imagine, just 100 bomb. Let's go. Okay, review the front end page associated with the BridgeSpace login. Okay, it's in BridgeMind UI. We're gonna have to make some changes to this. What is the page for this? What is the URL? Santiago, that's hilarious. Santiago, yes. So Santiago said he is basically showing how to get jacked and wealthy at the same time. Let's go. I've got big things coming too. I have some big plans. You know, it's crazy. I looked at the projections for BridgeMind and how many subscribers we're projected to have by the end of the year, and it's 250,000. That's where this channel's projected, like based on like algorithms and stuff. We're projected to be at 250K. So I think that like what I'm like thinking of just personally is that like, you know, I never really wanted to do any of this, like be a content creator, and there's things that come with this, that come with, you know, having a larger following, that once you're in that position, you're like, oh, like I didn't see this before, right? Like when I only had, you know, 1,000 subscribers and I was streaming to like, you know, 15 people, it was different, right? But now I turn on the stream, I've got 531 people watching, and there's some added pressure there. But the thing is I think that if I can always just be genuine and authentic with you guys and do my best and just keep showing up for you guys and, you know, building that community, then I think that it'll be much better. I think it'll be good. Could you rebrand this link and URL to BridgeSpace? You will need to update the UI and the web application redirect respectively. All right, also guys, if you guys haven't already joined the BridgeMind Discord community, this is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet right now. There's a reason for it. If you guys haven't already joined, make sure you do so. Okay, let's go here. So opening authentication. Okay, so these three are working. And this is the thing about Codex is like, first of all, I don't know if Sam just gave me infinite limits or something, but we haven't run into any rate limits yet on the $20 plan. I'm gonna make BridgeMind 2 with Sonnet. Yeah, you probably do it one shot, hopefully. But by the time that I have Sonnet 5, I'm gonna be cooking like crazy, so I don't know what to say. Okay. Okay, it is very interesting to see these sub-agents automatically getting called, though. This is a pretty big new update for Codex. Is these sub-agents, they do get called intuitively. That's very interesting to see. So Alan actually just asked a really good question. So he said, could you return manually coding nowadays? Do you apply any of the coding concepts, or you give all your code effort for AI? So I think that's a good question. You know, personally, I'm at the point where I do believe that AI coding is the future of software development. I think that that's a fair evaluation to make, is that this is the future of software development. It's going to change over time, but this is what the future looks like. So what I would say is that, hey, there's not really a need for me to learn how to code manually, because it's going to be done through these AI tools in the future. So the skill to get good at is not manually coding. It's actually what you need to get good at is you need to get good at using agents, and you need to get good at agent orchestration and agent workflows. And that's like, you know, the point that I'm making with that is like, hey, for example, I can go and with the content that I produce, I use a bunch of agent workflows not related to software development or vibe coding, right? I use them to create my descriptions. I use them to create my titles. I use View Creator to be able to do all of that. So I'm creating thumbnails with View Creator. I'm creating clips with View Creator. I'm posting with View Creator. And those are all agentic workflows that I'm using that I've created personally, right? So it's like, I think that, you know, to be able to get the skill that you want to get good at in the future is using AI and understanding how to work through AI agents. There's no like pride that you should put on your shoulder and say, oh, I wrote this manually. I mean, maybe you could argue that could be a sense of pride that people have, but at the same time, I think that there is definitely something to be said about, hey, did you get it built or did you not get it built, right? Did you achieve your goal or did you not? Did you make progress or you didn't, right? And, you know, for a lot of people, they aren't able to create like robust things like this manually, right? I mean, if I want to go write in Rust, which I've never written before, you know, I'm going to use AI. I'm going to get way further than I would if I didn't, right? So just like a kind of an interesting concept. Okay, I do want to go to BridgeMind in production because I was having a couple issues. And let's just run through a couple bugs real quick. I'm going to log into my account just real quick here. And I'll show you guys the issues that I'm getting. Okay, so here is my BridgeMind account. So for example, like if I go to the test project here are all those to-dos that Composer 1 created. So here are all the to-dos that it created. Here are some of our API keys. The biggest thing I want to check up. Okay, so here's some prompts. Okay, perfect. This is looking better. Okay, so prompts, agents, and skills. Okay, so this is basically a curated library of prompts, agents, and skills from BridgeMind. These are going to get much better and much more useful over time. But this is, you can also like create your own skills, you can create your own agents, and you can create your own prompts. And what you're then able to do is you're able to use this with the BridgeMind MCP. So this is going to be an entire ecosystem of vibe coding tools that integrate with one another. But let's go over to, I actually was testing this because earlier I was having issues with it, but it does look like it's now working. Okay, this is another issue that I did have though. So when I click new agent here, it's not doing anything. And I think it's the same thing with, yeah, it's the same. Oh, wait, it is doing it for prompts. What about skills? So new skill. Okay, prompts and skills are good, but agents, it's actually not launching that modal. So let's go over here, and I'm going to drop in the BridgeMind web app, and I'm going to give it my prompts. I need you to review the pages for skills, agents, and prompts, and I need you to review the button related to creating a new skill, a new agent, or a new prompt. Right now, when I'm trying to create a new agent, it actually doesn't launch a modal. What I want you to do is I want you to improve the styling of the modal on the skills and prompts page respectively. But note that when I click create new agent on the agents page, it actually is not even launching the modal. So review the code, identify what's causing this error, fix the error, and then also improve the styling for the modal in general on the other pages as well. All right, perfect. Okay, so let's knock out some push-ups, guys. We just did a 70 bomb a minute ago. That's a new unlock for us. But let's drop a 50 bomb real quick. We've got 472 likes. Let's do a quick sub check before we drop a 50 bomb. I want to see where we're at. I think we just did pass 39,000. Yeah, we did. Let's go, chat. Shout out to you guys. We've got close to 500 people watching, and we did just pass 39,000. So shout out to you guys. I think that we can get to 39,300 today. So if you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I'll kind of keep this accessible so that we can keep up to date with it. But let's go. Somebody said any alternative to orchestration agents like Warp? Yes, BridgeSpace. It's coming soon. All right, let's drop a 50 bomb. Let's go. Let's go, chat. 50 bomb. R up to 320. 50 bombs are the new 30 bombs. All right, these codex agents are working. Okay, so this one changed the path. We're gonna have to do one additional thing with this as well. Okay, cancel, sign in with browser. So yes, nice. So this goes to BridgeSpace. Okay, so good work on the update, but I actually want it to look like this. I want the URL to be this. Somebody asked for the background music. Here, let me find it and drop it in. So I want it to be login BridgeSpace. Somebody said major Anthropic news in 1 hour. Is that true? Is that true, chat? Let's check. X.com, is that true? Somebody said there's going to be major Anthropic news in 1 hour. Shout out to Quad H. He's a cool guy. Okay, wait, why are we looking at OpenAI? Alright, Anthropic, Claude. Is that just speculation? Oh, shoot. Oh, they're dropping. They're dropping, guys. Claude Sonnet 5 on the way. All right, hold on. What did the Anthropic say? So what did they say here? So 1 hour ago they said Ads are coming to AI, but not to Claude. Keep thinking. What is this? They dropped this 1 hour ago. Who is this woman? What the heck? All right, hold up. We gotta watch this. This dropped 1 hour ago. Betrayal. What is this? Just some
How do I
video?
communicate better with my mom?
What is he in a therapist session?
Great question.
What the heck?
Improved communication with your mom can bring you closer. Here are some techniques you can try. Start by listening. Really hear what she's trying to say underneath
Oh my
her
gosh.
words.
Oh, this is their Super
Build
Bowl ad, isn't
conversation from points of agreement. Find a connection through shared activity. Perhaps a nature walk. Or if the relationship can't be fixed, find emotional connection with other older women on Golden Encounters, the mature dating site that connects sensitive cubs with roaring cougars.
That's funny.
What?
Okay, we're literally watching an ad.
Would you
on
like
stream.
me
I'm
to
sorry,
create
guys.
your profile?
That is funny. Okay, that's funny. Okay, that's their Super Bowl ad apparently.
What's the difference between me and you?
That's funny. Yeah, that's very funny. That's funny. All right, that was good. Sorry. All right, hold on, guys. I gotta take the call real quick. I'm gonna mute my mic. Hey Dario, what's up? Yeah, you're watching the stream? Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I watched the ad on stream. There was 530 people watching, so just make sure I get the 30,000. And yeah, I mean, we'll be good. I can even replay it again and hype it up again. Just make sure I get the 30,000. We'll be good. Yep. Thanks, Dario. I appreciate it. All right. Have a good one. Sorry, guys. That was my ex-girlfriend again. Okay, so let's check this out. Let's get the music back on. That was a cool ad. But yeah, let's see this. Is there anything else from Anthropic? I mean, that doesn't really seem like a launch. But people are saying that something's coming. There's more ads, but I'm not gonna watch them on stream. Okay. Okay, I'm not seeing people think that it is going to release, but we'll just have to wait and see. Okay, no tests were run, so let's see if this is now redirecting to that link. All right, sign in with browser. All right, log in BridgeSpace. Okay, now one issue is that this needs to be... Okay, one issue that I'm having, and I need you to be very specific with finding out how to solve this. So I want you to look at the normal BridgeMind login page and how that functions, and then I want you to look at the BridgeSpace login page and review how that functions. Note that Google Auth and Apple Auth are working for the normal login page, but not for the BridgeSpace page. Would you look at this and figure out why that is happening and how we can update the BridgeSpace login logic to also include the Google Auth and the Apple Auth the same way that it's implemented in the normal login flow. Okay. All right, so so I have BridgeSpace here, and if I click Google here, it actually get redirected to the wrong thing. So what I want to do is I want to provide an example of like, hey, this one works, this one doesn't. This is the intended logic that I'm wanting to build. So I'm going to drop that in, and then I'm also going to go to the normal BridgeMind login page here, and I'm going to drop this in, and you guys will see that. But yeah, I mean, we're projected to get Claude Sonnet 5 or some other new model here soon. All right, let's we're gonna have to drop some more push-ups. We're at 524 likes right now. We got 320 push-ups done. Let's drop a 50 bomb while these agents work for us. Hold on, what happened here? I'm praying a single match. Continue. It said invalid prompt. I don't know why it was flagged, but somebody said I prefer warp over cursor. The details in the code was much better. Yeah, warp is pretty good. All right, let's drop a 50 bomb, guys. If you guys haven't, guys, listen. Okay, here's the thing. All right, here's the thing. I'm knocking out one push-up for every like that I get on the stream. If you guys are grinding along with me, you know, people they make a lot of assumptions, right? They say BridgeMind's on Adderall, BridgeMind is on cocaine, like all these things, right? And here's the thing, and I'm being serious. Literally doing the push-ups, working out on stream. First of all, I'm putting so much time just in this room, right? In this room in general. And doing push-ups and stuff, it actually releases endorphins and it helps you stay active. It helps you stay focused. So That's why I do the push-ups, and I'm seeing like a bunch of results from the push-ups. Like, I'm being serious. I literally started doing 30 at a time, and now I can do 70. I literally just dropped to 70. Okay, don't spam chat, guys. But here's the thing, is that, you know, I'm at a 70 bomb now. And it wasn't like that. So if you guys are at home, you're on the computer, why not just drop and do, I don't know, even if it's just 10, right? You might as well do some, you know, because it actually is like really, really good for you. So I'm gonna knock out a 50 bomb. Actually, you know what? Let's make it a 60 bomb. Let's go. Alright, I did a 50 bomb, and I hope that you guys did your extra 10, so that we did a 60 bomb. We're at 380, let's go. Alright, these two are working. Okay. So, real quick, let's launch BridgeVoice. So right now there is an issue with it. Let's copy the logs. This is one of the biggest goals for today. All right, bridge code coming soon. All right, so I'm gonna paste it in this one here. Oh. Hold up. Why is this failing? I need you to fix the error on the build. All right. Let's go, Finny. Somebody said, do you use Claude and Codex? No, I'm using GPT 5.2 High right now. Okay, BridgeVoice did just launch successfully. And this is the interesting part about Codex is, like, if it does know the issue, it'll solve it very, very quickly, which is nice. Okay, so BridgeVoice is now running. So this is what BridgeVoice looks like. Here's, like, the toggle. So you can see it's recording right now. And I'll show you guys, like, so let's just move this. Let's make it small. And I need to make it easier to drag, but let's just move it up here, right? And what I'm gonna do, let's close this. This is a quick test of BridgeVoice. So this is a quick test of BridgeVoice. So it works flawlessly. We just need to make sure that the auth mechanism actually works. I need you to review the auth guard because users need to be signed in to be able to use this application. So what I want you to do is I want you to look at the auth mechanism and tell me what environment variables are needed to be able to configure this, and give me a quick overview of how the auth mechanism works. Blackwell, they did 10 push-ups. Let's go, man. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Alexander asked, do I take rest days? Yeah, I mean, my big thing is I'm mainly into triathlons. So, like, this is the part that stinks right now is, like, triathlons are a season, right? So, like, one of my favorite things to do is, like, go for a long bike ride. You know, like a 20-mile bike ride, for example, out into the country. Very, very peaceful. It helps me get my head clear. It's very nice. But the thing is that, you know, triathlons are not in season right now, so I've been working out a little bit more. I've been staying up to date with the tri training by doing, like, some swimming and some running and some biking. in my local gym. It's a little bit cold outside to be able to do it outside, but once tri season comes back in, it's actually gonna be pretty interesting because I do have a plan for a couple things, but I am gonna be training for an Ironman. If you guys don't know what an Ironman is the one that I'm gonna be training for is about I think it's like a 2-mile swim or close to that, and then it's a 50-something mile bike, and then it's a 13-mile run, all at the same time, right? So you swim first, then you bike, and then you run. I'm gonna be training for that here soon, probably starting next month because it's kind of the weather's kind of like weather dependent, but definitely excited to be doing that. All right, so Vite API URL, backend base URL for auth desktop, auth me. So Rust and front end both use this call. Okay. Be more concise. For example, if the user is not logged in, there needs to be some type of auth guard to make sure that they log in first before they can access the main parts of BridgeVoice. Review this. But who's that? Bass MO. I do the push-ups all at the same time. So right now we're up to 380. But we're gonna keep on going. Okay, auth guard not strict in auth wrapper. If the welcome screen was dismissed, the dashboard loads even when isAuth candidate is false. Required behavior. So that's what we're gonna do. Yes, I want you to change this guard now. Am I going to stream your progress in Ironman? I am thinking about that. I have like some plans. They're not fully thought out yet. But I'll just share it with you guys now. I was actually considering. Like I said, I think that the biggest, I may be a little bit ahead of myself here. It was just a random idea, but the biggest issue with marketing is, the biggest issue with business in general is like marketing. You can have, this is my perspective, okay? You can have a 10 out of 10 product. You have a 10 out of 10 product, right? You have a 10 out of 10 product. But let's say that you have 3 out of 10 marketing, okay? Now compare this with a product that is a 3 out of 10 with 10 out of 10 marketing. Which product is going to do better? Product A or product B? It's going to be product B. Product B is going to do better. Marketing is probably the most important concept of everything. So in terms of marketing, something that I'm considering and doing this year, just because, for me, a big thing is definitely like triathlon and being a triathlete. I feel like is a big thing that I want to pursue in this upcoming year, and I'm considering that after we build all of these tools, all these vibe coding tools, we could potentially build basically an app that is for fitness that would be, have AI integrations. But because I do have a lot of domain knowledge in that area, I'm definitely considering potentially creating another YouTube channel. Nothing is going to change with BridgeMind, but for marketing for that, we could potentially create an app that would be a fitness-related app that has AI integrations that basically helps people train and get fit. And the way that I would basically market this app is I would document my journey training for this triathlon and be using the app along the way, training for this Ironman. So that was just a thought. I don't know what you guys think about that. I'm just kind of sharing it publicly now. You guys can let me know what you think, but that was definitely an idea that I had of something that we could do in the future, but not sure yet. Okay, let's test if this is now working. Let's go over to localhost and see if that web app is now working. Let's go here, and hold on. But yeah, I mean, definitely a big thing for me is I did not start this journey. I think that being able to do things that you love is very important. Somebody said, what playlist am I using? Let me drop it in real quick. Somebody asked that earlier too, and I missed it. I'm sorry. Here's the playlist. Somebody said, but if you do triathlons, you don't use your phone. The goal is not to have to wear anything. Yeah, but so not for your phone while you're doing the triathlon, but basically as a training buddy. I don't know what it would be called, but that's just a very out there idea that I had of that's more so of hey, what do I want to do in my personal life to be able to move this vision forward? I think that would potentially be something that I just personally would enjoy, and it also would be able to blend a little bit more about my personal life, as I do take fitness very seriously. I've been very into fitness since I was about 13 years old. So for the past decade, I've taken fitness very, very seriously. I have older brothers who basically got me into it. Hold on, we have a frame rates may be dropping. I'm getting. Hold on. Let's pull up activity monitor real quick. All right, we're at 80 gigs. We gotta fix this. Warp is crashing out on me right now. 36 gigs in a next server. Okay, let's fix that. Okay. I feel like this one is the culprit here. Okay, let's just pause everything real quick. Okay. Okay, so chat said, drop a detailed video on your setup for vibe coding. Yeah, I will. I get that question so much. I really do need to do that. It's been highly requested. It's definitely on the timeline here. But yeah, I mean, I think that fitness is incredibly important, and I think that building an app around that and then being able to market it through doing what I love would definitely be something that I would be interested in. In the position that I'm in right now, it's like, you know, I think that there's been such a base built up with what we're doing at BridgeMind that it is nice. I'm very, very thankful to you guys in this community because a lot of this stuff I wouldn't be able to do it without this community, right? So I'm just very, very appreciative for the community that we've built. You know, it is the best vibe coding community on the internet. It's crazy how fast we're actually able to build it and grow it and to the point where, you know, we're able to get it to this point. So I really appreciate you guys. Is it normal? Everything is red? Yes, that is normal, yeah. I just kind of closed everything down because we were having some issues. Okay, on dev. Just our next servers were kind of bugging out on us. Vibe code GTA 6. Well, apparently with Sonnet we'll be able to do that. All right, where are we at? Okay, 47, that looks better. Okay, so I did want to launch this one here. Let's refresh this. Okay, it's now loading. So agents, this modal. Okay, perfect. And that looks much better. It does use purple, of course, codecs with the purple. So somebody said, so it basically speaks to you and motivates you based on its data it receives and prompts through inference. What are you talking about? What you can do is attach the apps to GPS location, speed, hill, climb, then feed it into Whisper for motivation that works over a music app. That's actually really interesting. So I wasn't thinking about it from that perspective. I was more thinking about it like, you know, let's say that I have an Iron Man, right? And let's say that this Iron Man is, you know, let's say that it's in June, right? Well, you would basically be able to put in, okay, I have like, you know, it's in June. This is the distances for it. Like, build me a training plan, and then to be able to like have this app that you're basically working with as you train for this, whatever you're doing. It could be a triathlon, it could be specific workout goals, it could be a multitude of different things. But just a fitness app that integrates AI heavily into the training process to help people get more fit and to stay in shape. That would be something that I would definitely be interested in, and I think I could market it easily. Like, you know, it is interesting. To the point that I made earlier, just about, you know, AI workflows in general and being able to use AI workflows where, for example, let's just say that, you know, I understand how to use AI when you know, doing content creation, right? Like, I understand what it takes to build a successful YouTube channel. I understand what it takes to be able to build, you know, a successful Discord community. You know, these are things that I've learned along the way, and I think that a lot of people, it's like, you learn things along the way when you're in the arena that you may have never intended to even learn in the first place, right? It's like, when I first started this journey, I didn't expect that we would get to the point that we are now so quickly. I didn't expect a lot of things, but, you know, I think that one of the biggest things is that, hey, learning how to do marketing, especially on social media, is very, very important. Okay, so this is working. This is BridgeSpace, and we just launched 2 bridge code windows. Let's knock out a 50 bomb real quick. Let's drop a 50 bomb, and this does look good though. If I go here, okay, nice. Okay, all right, give me 1 second. Let's drop a 50 bomb, guys. All right, the push-ups are getting harder. I'm at 420 though. Let's go. Okay. You could use your MCP for that as well. Great idea. Yep, exactly. What is the application that you're using to manage the terminals? So this is BridgeSpace that you're looking at right now. So I mean, yeah, the goals on the list here. So by March 1st, 2026, we're going to launch BridgeVoice and we're going to launch BridgeSpace. Okay, BridgeSpace is an agentic development environment, and BridgeVoice is a text-to-speech tool. We could potentially launch BridgeVoice as soon as this week. Only time will tell. We'll see. Okay, this has made me so mad. If you guys have been around for a while, check this out. We still have this right here. Do you guys see this? It's better to have a lot of different agents with different specializations. Yes, that can be useful. Just depends on how much you want to actually put into, setting all those up. Sometimes it can be better to just build and iterate. Also, in 30 minutes, we could be getting Claude Sonnet 5. Only time will tell. We'll see. Is anybody tweeting? Hold on, let me just check the Discord real quick. Alright, everybody in the Discord is kind of joking. Yeah, a lot of people are getting 500 errors on Claude Code right now. Yeah, people are saying that's being rolled out. Okay. So, I mean, this is what Claude released today. I don't know. Blackwell said in 30 minutes it should be released. I mean, if it does, that's insane, but I don't know. It's all speculation right now. All I know is that if a great way to be able to test whatever models come out today or this week is going to be to see if these models can actually fix this spacing issue here. It's an invisible sidebar that is so annoying. I don't know if you get so. All right, hold on. Let's change up the theme real quick. So let's just change it to ocean, and you guys are gonna be able to see this very easily. It's so annoying though. So if I go to workspace 1, do you guys see this right here? Do you guys see how it has this this spacing? That is an issue that we've had for a while. What are my computer specs? It's 96 gigs of RAM. This spacing issue, oh my gosh. All right, let's pull up. So I can't update this while it's being updated. But what I want to do is, hold on, let's actually just save this to downloads. Let's launch another Codex instance. I want you to review the screenshot from and a terminal that I was using. I want you to take close note of the fact that there is a invisible scroll bar that is causing a spacing issue. If you take a close look at the image, you will notice that on the far right there of the screenshot, there is spacing or padding in our xterm terminal. Would you review the code in complete depth and pinpoint exactly what is causing this spacing issue? Because it should not happen. When I look at the HTML, it is an invisible scroll bar. Would you identify and pinpoint exactly what is causing this? Okay. Somebody asked, that spacing issue can't be because padding or margin. So Adam, yeah, this is an issue that we've been having for a while. So if I actually open up the DOM here, let's hold on, let's pull this up because I do want to show it to you guys. So this has been like a persistent issue, and I've had so many agents like look at this and try and solve it, and it just is like some. Hold on, let's so let's go to this one here. Okay, we're gonna get to the bottom of this. We're going in. All right, so there's the header, right? So here's the main. Okay, we're getting closer. Okay, so this is the xterm viewport. So do you guys see this? Invisible scroll bar, horizontal. Okay, so this is what's important. Okay, so an invisible scroll bar, and it's this right here. So it's this. Do you guys see this? Invisible scroll bar vertical, and it takes up, okay, we need to do screenshots of this because this is gonna be helpful for the AI assistant to actually, it's gonna need this. So this has been a persistent issue that I've thrown so many tokens at trying to solve this. Honestly, an embarrassing amount of tokens. But it's right here. And let's just copy copy element. And let's go to codex. And maybe this will help it diagnose. This may help you figure out what is causing this. Give the AI the HTML item code. Isn't that what I just did? Super combo. All right, super combo said copy the element. I already did that, right? Yeah, I already did that. Yep. So I just copied the element, and I've done that before too. I've even copied it. Maybe Codex can help us figure this out. You may need help. This may help you figure out what is causing this. I copied the element, and you can see from the screenshot that this is what the element is. Thank you, W Dan. Okay. Yeah. All right, guys. So this is like, honestly, this has been like a persistent issue. Whoa, what just happened? I had such a good prompt. Let's move this one over here, and I'll submit this to be submitted on the next one. Is ChatGPT? Yeah, there's like been a ton of outages. I don't know what's. I mean, I'm fine with Codex right now. All right. All right, also, guys, we're at 39,176 subscribers. Shout out to you guys. Let's go. The goal today is 39,000. What did I say? 300? I think we're at 39,300. So if you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's pull up Warp. What was it? It was this one here. Okay, so it says that it'll successfully redirect. I do want to test this. Oh, doesn't it not even work locally anyway? So yeah, that makes sense. So he said go into the DOM again so we can help you fix it. Yeah, well, I think we'll be good now. I think it should be good now. All right, this is the one. This is really important that we get this fixed. Also, let's try and launch BridgeVoice and see what's happening there. So npm run Tori dev. See what that does. Gonna launch BridgeVoice. Okay, and okay. So this is now what we're seeing with BridgeVoice. So this is the auth that we were talking about. So it's very, very important for us to be able to get this. So welcome to BridgeVoice, your voice first coding companion. Sign in with Google, sign in with email. Let me try this. Sign with email. Okay, so it's actually having me do it on the app. So this is very interesting. I actually wasn't expecting it to do this. Let's see. No way. Let's go! Chat, we did it. Let's go. Let's go. All right, we finally got it. Let's go. All right, so that's actually huge. So you can see here, BridgeMind apps, free plan. That's sick. Verified account. Let's go. Let's go. That's actually huge. So now what I want to do is I do want to make it, so that's actually the first goal on the list, so that's actually crossed off now. BridgeVoice auth. And then this goal is also now being worked on. BridgeSpace xterm bug. Also, MCP issues. I already fixed those. The MCP is now working in production, so this is huge. Somebody said, is ClaudeBot hype real? I mean, shoot, you tell me. Okay, hold on. If you guys haven't seen my ClaudeBot setup, I do need to show you guys. Anybody that's missed it, you've missed a lot. Let me show you. Let me grab the FBI cam real quick after I hit 30 push-ups, and then I'm going to show you guys my ClaudeBot setup. I still have a decent amount of work to do with ClaudeBot to get it set up. I need to give them all souls and, you know, call them Elon, Dario, and, you know, Sam. But, you know, other than that, the setup is good. I'm going to show it to you guys in a second. But let me knock out 30 push-ups real quick. All right, 30 bomb. All right, we're up to 450. Yeah, but check this out, guys. Okay. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen this, this is pretty sick. Hold on. The mic is gonna be bad because it stays on my computer. But yeah, so this is my setup. Ignore the water bottle on the floor. But yeah, so I've got 3 Mac Minis. And these Mac Minis they're running KimiK 2.5. They all have CloudBot set up on them. And we're gonna improve our workflow here, but really what I envision is that as we get deeper and deeper into marketing, you know, even like yesterday, I generated 500,000 views on X yesterday. So, you know what's interesting is it's like, I'm getting better at this whole social media marketing thing. I'm getting better at social media. And that's the thing about like, hey, my point on consistency being the key is that as you go along, if you're in the arena, if you're being consistent, you're going to make significant progress in whatever it is that you're actually doing. So, you know, it's interesting because, hey, in this case, we've just made significant amounts of progress on understanding social media marketing. And, you know, in large part, it's thanks to you guys in this community because, hey, I've just learned along the way over the past 127 days what it takes to be successful with social media marketing, right? And I've learned a couple things. I use AI heavily in my workflows, and there's things like understanding trending topics and being able to cast a vision for people that are, you know, following along. There's all these really important tidbits that you need to understand about marketing. And like even back to that podcast clip that you guys saw that we watched a little bit earlier in the stream where people were talking about BridgeMind and what we're doing, and they basically said, you know, hey, this is smart to do, or whatever they said. They said it's a spectacle, and people like to tune into the spectacle. And it's like, hey, spectacle or not, here's the thing, is that, you know, we obviously have a vision here, and the best way to market, in a lot of ways, is to be able to have a story, right? And people will follow your story. People, I think that being authentic and genuine is also very important. And then as you like do things, like as you create content, you will get better at it as well. Like if you guys go back to my first stream, there's a super big difference between my first stream and this stream, right? And I think that like that does tie back into, you know, the phrase of today, which is consistency is the key, because it's like, hey, if you're consistent, you're gonna get better at whatever you're doing. So I think it's just important to know and remember that like, where is BridgeMind gonna be 6 months from now, right? That's what I think about. That's what I think about. Okay, this one, okay, oh my gosh, this could, root cause of the 14 pixel gap, xterm add-on fit always subtracts a scroll bar when scroll back is greater than 0. It uses, okay, so we'll see if this actually fixed it. It would be huge if it did. All right, let me put back up the FBI cam and then we'll get, but yeah, I just wanted to show you guys, this is the CloudBot setup or the OpenCode setup, and we'll be using this more. This will be featured more in streams to come, but you know, pretty much what I want to do is this obviously new technology that's very useful and we're going to be using it. Somebody asked, can you give BridgeVoice another function to display real quick information that you ask it? That's a good idea. Hold on, give me 1 sec. All right, that's all. Okay, we're good. All right, so cross your fingers, guys. Did we finally solve this xterm issue? Oh. Okay, well, what even was? I don't think it didn't update any code. Be very concise. What exactly is causing this? I don't know if this solved it. Sonnet 5 could launch in 15 minutes. We'll see. I do have on good accord that something could be coming tomorrow. We will see, though. We will see. You know, yesterday, the mistake I made yesterday is that I was like so expecting Claude Sonnet 5 to drop that I was waiting to stream until Sonnet 5 dropped, and then it never came. So I was like, oh my gosh, I'll never do that again. I'll just stream, and then if it launches, then we'll start another stream. And okay, fit add-on subtracts a hard-coded 14 pixel scroll bar with overview ruler width 14 whenever scroll back is greater than 0, so xterm renders narrower columns and leaves a 14 pixel gap. Create a structured plan for updates that will fix this gap that we're seeing. Yeah, I'm very excited for new models. Yes, Wilson. Yeah, I mean, it's just interesting because if you guys have been in this space for long enough, you know that every time we get these new models, it's absolutely incredible what they're capable of. They get so much better, and people that are using these models that understand agent orchestration become that much more capable, right? It's absolutely incredible. Oh, wow. So apparently the VO team is live on YouTube with a 16-minute countdown. Is that true? Also, guys, we did just pass 39,200 subscribers. Thank you. The goal today is 39,300. I think that we can get to it. So if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. All right, let's check that out. So somebody did say that apparently the VO team is live with a 16-minute countdown. Oh, yeah. Important announcement from the VO team. You know what's interesting is that actually doesn't really excite me that much because... yeah, I don't think that they would have a mod. Like, they're not releasing Claude Sonnet 5. You know what I mean? That is interesting, though. I'm interested to see what they have. But, you know. Okay, I now need you to continue and complete the plan. Okay. Alright, so this is the second goal of the day. I think that this one could one-shot it. I mean, I will say that Codex is doing a good job for me. I do notice the speed improvements. OpenAI did announce yesterday that they have a 40% speed improvement on Codex. This is probably related to the Cerebrus inference partnership, so that's interesting to see that. Also, guys, let's knock out some push-ups real quick. We're at 725 likes. Let's go. I do have the background music here. I'll drop in the background music if you guys want it. All right, let's drop a 30 bomb. Let's go, chat. 30 bomb. All right, we're knocking off a lot of our goals today. I feel good about today. It's going good so far. What's in your EMP file? When do I decide between Codex and when to use Cloud? What do you mean? Oh, you mean Claude? Well, right now we're using Codex because honestly, I feel like Claude's a little bit deprecated right now. Also, why have I not hit my limit on ChatGPT? I've been using it with extra high all day. Like, normally I would hit my... Oh! Didn't they up the limit 2x? Hold up here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's up. Why am I getting... I'm getting so much rate... Like, I'm not getting rate limited by Codex. I'm not going to take this right now. I'm busy. Okay, let's say... okay, so it says that this is going to be gone. I mean, if we can finally get that removed, that little gap. We've been... I mean, I can't even tell you. I probably spent so many tokens trying to fix that gap. If GPT 5.2 can fix it, I'm actually very, very impressed. Let's see. You guys can go to BridgeMind.ai to see the suite of vibe coding tools that we're building, but that is what we're building, a suite of vibe coding tools. What you guys are looking at right now, this is an ADE, this is an agent development environment, so in the future, you won't have to write or look at any code at all. So we're getting a step ahead of that and building our own agent development environment. Let's launch BridgeCode real quick, our agent IDE, or not IDE, CLI. Oh my gosh, oh, what is up with this? You guys see this? You guys gotta be kidding me. You see the scroll bar? Oh my gosh. That's crazy. I mean, did it make it smaller? I mean, what do you think, guys? It's definitely still there. You see it? So, for some random reason, we continue to get this this little sliver here, and we've gone into the DOM and we know what it is. It's this invisible scroll bar. I mean, we can go back in and see, like, did it get smaller? Like, let's go to main here. So frustrating. Okay, so we're getting, I think this is it here. So we have a horizontal scroll bar, which has zero width, 0 height, right? Somebody asked, when will I start to do push-ups? I do them in sets. So right now, I started at sets of like 50, 60, even 70. Now I'm down to only being able to do sets of 30, but I've done 480 push-ups so far. All right, so you guys see this? So div invisible scroll bar vertical. So we do know what is causing this, right? But the issue is that it's still not fixed. So let's screenshot this again, right? But let's look at the old screenshot to see, did it even fix anything from that, like the old screenshot? Pull up here. So let's pull this back up. Okay, so it's this right here. Do you guys see this? So div invisible scroll bar vertical. And you can see that the width is 14 pixels, the height is 1273, and this has been like very, very persistent. I don't know why it's been so consistent. Yes, so we can do copy element, but this is the problem that we've been having. Even though that we've been copying the element, like copy element, right? We know we have the element copied, but it continues to not be able to perceive like how to fix that. So like even for example, what was it? It was this one a couple minutes ago. We just had Codex go through this, and it's the same issue. It's still 14 pixels by 1273 pixels. So I don't know if there's even a model overscroll hidden. I mean, what's your guys' thoughts? I mean, is there a specific model that we should be using for this? It just seems to me, I'm very surprised that none of these models can solve it, because this isn't just, it's a resize component you need to target. Somebody just says, does anybody in chat know? Maybe I can hit the Discord up. Hold on, I'm gonna message the Discord real quick and see if anybody has any ideas. Does anyone have any ideas on what is causing this? It is very persistent. I'm using xterm. All right, if you guys are in the Discord, let me know your thoughts and ideas there. We'll see if anybody has any ideas. If you guys haven't already joined the Discord community, I think that we're up to like, what is it? We're up to, let me give a quick shout out to newly joined members of the Discord community because it's growing rapidly. Wow, we're at 4,758 members. Big shout out to newly joined members today. Samiam, Mo, the Powell, Dark. Shout out to I Am Jose. Shout out to Lemix. Shout out to Martin. Shout out to you guys. Welcome to the community. Okay, so somebody said overflow hidden. Add this if you do not need scroll on this element. You've got to add quick info. Look up for BridgeVoice. So for those of you just joining, we're struggling with this weird persistent xterm issue. Okay. So let's go back over to Warp. So it was this Codex instance here. So let's just single this out again. And I just want to single out this instance. Hold on here. Even after updates, I restarted it and I'm still getting the same issue. You need to review the updates that you made and figure out why it didn't work. Someone's saying just add overflow hidden to your CSS. Some people are just saying to add overflow hidden to your CSS, but I need you to actively look at the element and the code and to perceive and figure out what is causing this. Think incredibly hard on this. Okay, Vio just tweeted apparently. What's out? Okay, somebody said Vio tweeted. Let's see what Vio just said. All right, let's check out Vio. So they were hyping something up. What did they release? Also, they're live right now, apparently. VO. Important announcement from the VO team. They don't do this very often, do they? I'm actually curious. Are you guys curious to what they're doing? Justin, no, because I think I actually have done that, to be honest. I've tried that before. I don't think so. I should have told it that it's going to go to jail. Sir Knight said if you swear at the models, they have been trained to close the conversation. That's interesting. All right, also, guys, we're now at 39,239. The goal for today's stream is 39,300, so appreciate you guys. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's knock out some push-ups while this Codex instance is running for us. Let's go. Let's go. All right, we are up to 510. Okay. All right. Funky, what do you mean by quick info lookup? I've seen you post that a couple times. What do you mean? All right, also with BridgeVoice, I want to launch a couple Claude instances here. The styling for that isn't great, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna add. Also, let me get the light back in here. I closed the blinds. Hold on. Also, guys, quick health tip: cashews, very healthy. Highly recommend. Sonnet 5 releasing on VO stream. Finally, we have it. And there's no way. There's no way that Sonnet 5 is only releasing on VO. I'm actually curious on what this is. They're live in 4 minutes. You guys want to watch this? Somebody check Discord. Okay. All right, 4 minutes. You guys want to watch this? I mean, this has been so hyped up on X. People have been talking about this a bunch. Somebody said, can you do a video about social media marketing? Yeah, I can. Yeah. Important announcement from the VO team. They have hyped this up beyond belief. I don't think that's going to be Claude Sonnet 5 releasing only on VO. If there was a new model, they'd just release it. Somebody said Sonnet 5. There's no way it's Sonnet 5. Important announcement for the VO team. Unless Anthropic's about to drop like Sonnet in 2 minutes, and we're gonna get this. That'd be insane. All right, here's what the Discord's saying about this that scroll bug. Shout out to you guys that answered. I'm reviewing it. If you guys haven't already joined the Discord, make sure you do so. There's a link in the description as well as in the chat. What do I think about energy drinks? I drink coffee. I don't drink a whole lot of energy drinks. Some people say that they're bad for you, but people say that about a lot of things. Where am I from? I'm from the United States. All right, 2 minutes, guys. This has been so hyped. Yeah, Fool by Prime said it's someday these models will be running in orbit. Can't say new model dropped anymore. Yeah. All right, 1 minute, guys. Do I recommend being from the United States? I do, yeah. United States is cool. All right, 1 minute, 26 seconds. I want to add in another window. I don't think that they're going to launch anything here. All they put out today was their Super Bowl ad, which was funny, but... All right, how is this doing? Okay, I did say that this is done, but I also do want to see what Vio's all about here. They have hyped this up way too much. What's the app? You can check the description. We're building a suite of vibe coding tools. Right now, are we gonna need a Sonnet 5 or what? 20 seconds? All right, guys. Let's tune into this. I think this. We definitely want to see what this is. Anthropic might release their IPO this year. Yeah, potentially. Shout out to NS and Big T. All right, VO. They were hyping this up so much. Whatever it is, it's gonna get some backlash. All right. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? I mean, VO update. All right. Keep an eye on Anthropic's Twitter. Okay, here we go.
Hey everybody, I'm G, and today I'm extremely excited to announce the biggest evolution to Vzero yet. Vzero today evolves vibe coding from novelty to business critical. Built for production apps and agents, Vzero's enterprise-grade security and integrations mean teams can reliably ship real software, not just spin-up demos. So let's get right into what the new Vzero is all about. First of all, which I'm extremely excited about,
So it's not Claude 8?
is our new and expanded Git support. When I started coding, I of course started using Git because that's how you could take things from prototypes
No Sonnet 5.
to real production-grade software with teams. So Vzero is now building on the same common Git substrate that allows anyone to vibe code and collaborate with the rest of an engineering organization. So concretely, you can import any Git repo into Vzero, and now we have a Git panel where you can sort of audit and manage
super
your
combo, I don't know,
changes
man.
over time, like branches and pull requests. And it also comes with a full, familiar editor experience. What's been happening with vibe coding and agentic engineering as a whole is that coding is sort of taking the back seat, and that's a bet that we made with Vzero. However, occasionally you do need to look at the code or make changes to it in a very fine-grained basis.
Not for
And so
long.
now Vzero has a complete VS Code editor built right in. So you no longer have to eject to a separate local editor or a cloud IDE just to keep iterating and unblock yourself. So editor, AI agents, previews, configuration, integrations, all in one place. Also, you can now secure your internal apps.
Hey, what's up,
Internal
Dario?
apps have been a huge use case for Vzero.
Yeah, we're
Instead of
watching this.
procuring a bunch of
We're watching
software,
the
you can
goofy
just
VO live
generate
stream.
it. But you need deployment protection. You need connections to enterprise data sources like Snowflake
Okay.
that are secure.
Yep.
You can
I got the
also
wire
use
transfer.
our AWS databases with secure connectivity and spin them up in seconds. The
Yeah.
ease of
I'll
use
use
that
Claude
vibe
Code once
coding is
once
known
we're done
for
watching this. I'll
can
see it.
now live up to the rigorous enterprise
that.
requirements for shipping stable, secure, and scalable software. AI lowered the barrier to entry
Yeah.
to writing code, but now we have to raise the bar for actually shipping it. And so I believe the time really is now. We're so lucky
What
to
are-
be working
dude,
at
just
a
give us a
time
demo.
in the industry and the history of software where anyone can cook. Any idea you can dream up, you can turn into software. You can turn into pixels, basically instantly. But this freedom can create problems for enterprises.
Dude, he is just
If
like
anyone
rambling.
is cooking up in their own like made-up little kitchens and downloading tools and new agents, this is kind of a nightmare scenario
Yeah.
for security, for data integrity,
Sir
for
Knight.
privacy, for enterprises. It opens the door to shadow IT. And so Vzero is solving this problem at the
Can't take it
root
anymore.
because it's secure by design. It's banking on a decade of enterprise rigor and compliance and security that Vercel has been working on. So when you deploy with Vzero, you're deploying on Vercel's enterprise-grade infrastructure. It's fully
I don't know, chat.
secure
Do we want to keep
behind
watching this? This is
single
like
sign-on authentication. So if you have a bunch of people, you have a bunch of ideas.
I don't know. They do not
brewing
deserve
up,
the BridgeMind. I'm literally streaming their
and they get
thing right
deployed.
now.
You don't want just like internet access to internal tools. For
Yeah,
example.
somebody said he's reading
And
a
so
chat
Vercel
GPT speech.
can manage the authentication and data connections for these apps
Yeah.
on behalf of
Somebody
people
said
that are
make it
actually
stop.
working on them.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
this
a lot
is
of people
really
saying stop.
unlocking unprecedented productivity.
Yeah.
But
I don't
on your own
know.
terms.
It's I don't know. He's not saying
So
anything.
for
He's not showing us
teams-
anything.
Vzero's new releases are quite special
Like,
because they're enabling them to collaborate very, very closely.
yeah, this is
We
this
know
is
that
burning our brain
demos
cells.
are really easy to generate. It's
Stream the
obvious
actual,
now.
yeah. We'll let him keep yapping. His yap, I would give him a 2 out of 10 on yapping skills. That was boring. They really should have me present next time. I don't know. What do you guys think? All right, let's go over here. Please restart and confirm the gap. So back to what we were doing. Maybe we'll come back if they do anything actually entertaining. But back here, let's see if we can get this scroll bar fixed. Yeah, VO, like, zero information. Yeah, I mean, he was just, like, yapping about vibe coding. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, just show us the features. We know what it's all about. Okay. Okay, let's go here. Yeah, that guy was, I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna do a couple different things right now, but this one is the first one I want to get to. I mean, yeah, so they literally hyped up nothing. Yeah, so Lucas said it's just saying that they added a code editor. The rest is to fill in the gap for the rest of the video. Yeah, did they... Wait, hold on. Did they actually release something that was concrete on X? Let's actually see if they... Like, I don't want to watch that live stream. That was a bad live stream. That was so bad. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I don't know about that. Okay, so let's sign in and see if that issue is taken care of. But yes, they did not give us Sonnet 5. They were hyping up nothing. So that's great. That feels great. Thanks, guys. Oh, that's not good. All right, so this actually messed up our xterm because now it's not even giving us the option to be able to. You broke something in the update because now I'm unable to even enter anything into the terminals. Probably they know about Claude, so they were yapping in order to distract the public. I don't think they were trying to distract the public, but potentially they, that's Triangle Man? Who's Triangle Man? Okay, so I do want to do BridgeVoice desktop here. And we did get that authentication working. I want you to review BridgeVoice desktop, and I want you to improve the styling for the buttons for the first screen that people see when they're not authenticated. I also want you to look at the screens associated with signing in and improve them. Right now, they aren't the best styling. I want you to review the screens and improve the user interface for these screens. Somebody said, is it out or was it a intro? Yeah, I mean, hold on, let's see. I think he's still yapping. I've got to pull up my other screen. Let's see what is he still saying anything? What is he talking about?
Oh, you can use Vzero with anyone on your team to contribute to an existing repository. The first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to load that repository that we want to work on into Vzero.
All right, that's so mean. We're going to the dark side, guys. We're going to the dark side. All right, you're blocked because I accidentally hid the entire xterm scrollable element when I added. Okay, nice, thank you. I fixed the CSS element to only hide the scroll bar nodes, not the scrollable element itself. Please restart and try typing again. Okay. Somebody asked to explain. I was just kidding about the tweet, guys. I feel bad. Okay. All right, let's go here. Let's see this. All right, let's restart this. Am I using subscription or API for OpenClaw? I'm using API. I'm just using Kimi K2.5. What is it? Wait, hold on. Let's hit run dev, and then this here. Let's restart the Electron server. Somebody in chat said, is this Tom Holland with ADHD, hyper-focused on development? I don't know, maybe it is. Okay. That is, the Tom Holland thing, that is like the most basic way that any girl will like have their opening statement in trying to like talk to me, is they'll be like, I'm sure, have you ever heard before that you look like Tom Holland? I'm like, real original. Real original. Okay, this actually, okay, so that did fix the issue. Now the question is, let's CD over into BridgeMind, and let's see if we have this. So for those of you that are curious as to what we're building a suite of vibe coding tools. Oh my gosh, the scroll bar is still not fixed. Guys. That's crazy. How is it that persistent? I mean, it's... Alright, hello there. Do my grandma and aunts know Tom Holland? Not sure. Now, King Gamer, it's like, I think with the pixel issue, I mean, I will say, I mean, when Claude Sonnet 5 comes out, this will be a great test. I mean, imagine, honestly, we should just leave this and just say, all right, no other AI was able to get it. Once Sonnet 5 comes, scroll bar not being fixed. Yeah, the scroll bar is like literally still an issue. I have no idea why this is such an issue. It should not be an issue. This is a super persistent issue. Yeah, I mean, I've used Opus 4.5 on that particular issue as well. Somebody said I'll reach 10 million, 1 million is too easy. Yeah. No, so we literally know the element. This is what I don't understand. We literally know the element that's causing this. I mean, let's do this. Let's try it on a different model. I think that would be probably an appropriate way to be able to address this issue. So, okay, I'm still getting the scroll bar issue. I need you to write a handoff prompt to another AI model to be able to try to fix it. All right, guys, let's knock out some push-ups. Let's move the desk up. Let's get the energy back. That live stream, that really zapped the energy, didn't it? I mean, VO, they literally hyped up nothing. I mean, I think that VO is great, and there's probably a lot in that live stream that that potentially is valuable, but I think that people were wanting something different, is all I will say. You guys know what it was. Yeah, I was mad. Whenever I put on this glasses, for some reason, I think it pinches like particular blood vessels in my head, so I get a bulging vein like in the front of my forehead. I don't know what caused it, but it's that. Okay, so this polished the UI. Let's pull up BridgeVoice real quick. So BridgeVoice is looking good. Can we make it so we can sign out? Okay, let's sign out. So we did. This was the #1 goal on our list today. So this is BridgeVoice. It looks like this does look a little bit better. The question is does Google work? Does sign in with Google work? Let's see. So I got redirected. It did open a browser, but that browser. Okay, that's actually very interesting. Okay, so this is something I'll revisit. I'll revisit this in a second. This is something I want to revisit because I want to revisit that off stream. Let's launch BridgeVoice. All right, BridgeVoice. Okay, hold up. I messed something up. All right. Also, guys, we're only 54 likes away from 1,000 likes. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Okay, so this does work. Sign with email. So continue with Google or sign with email. Well, that doesn't make any sense because I already clicked sign with email. All right, that does look better. Opus did improve that. All right, nice, perfect. Bill Gates is watching the stream. What are my opinions about OpenCode? I think it could be really useful for people that want access to like free AI. Oh my gosh, the average pace 198 words per minute. It's so funny. I get so many comments and stuff on videos that just like people say, they'll say, "Bro is a professional yapper." Oh my gosh, 198 words per minute. Oh my gosh, that's funny. What are BridgeVoice key features? Voice to text. So this looks good. Being able to have a history is very nice. Okay, I didn't think that I was on the pro. Oh, I know what's happening here. So this is actually an issue. I know what's causing this. But give me 1 second. Just test it. Okay, hold up. Why is this not loading? All right, launch Claude. Somebody asked, what are you using for converting the speech to text? I'm using BridgeVoice. And see, guys, that's why we're creating a suite of vibe coding tools. You know, I think that, like, people need to understand, it's like, hey, when you're doing marketing, right, a lot of people ask, like, and this is, I'll say it all the time, but, you know, hey, it's easier than ever before to build, but it's not easier than ever before to market. In the same way that programming and software development has been affected significantly by AI, the same thing's going to happen in marketing. That's why we built View Creator. And, you know, throughout the course of this journey so far, I've been showing up and grinding every single day, and I've become a better agent orchestrator, and I understand how AI affects social media marketing just as much as I understand how it affects vibe coding. So I think it's important to know that the skill here, the underlying skill, is agent orchestration. You need to be able to understand how to use these models. All right, so this is BridgeVoice here. So I'll just pull this over here and watch this, guys. So BridgeVoice, so keep an eye on this. Pull up BridgeVoice shortcuts. I want you to review the BridgeMind web app and pinpoint exactly what is causing this to fail when the application is loading. Review and diagnose why this is happening, and then update the code accordingly. All right, a couple things that need to be updated, but while this one works, let's knock out. Hold on, let's also prompt this one. There's an interesting UI issue where on the initial screen, users choose between whether they're going to log in for Google or email sign in, but then when they click that, there's another step where they choose once again whether they want to do email or Google. Would you fix this so that that little UI bug is fixed? I know, guys. I know about the Tom Holland thing. I'm aware. All right, guys. Let's knock out. Let's hit a 30 bomb. All right, let's go. We're up to 540. All right, these two are working. All right, is that guy over at Vzero still yapping? What's going on over there? They're still, oh, it's over.
Work at rating on the homepage. So let's kick it off. Let's say, hey Vzero, can you implement the ability for users to rate each skill in the leaderboard and show the average rating?
They said that this was the biggest update to date.
On the homepage.
Did anybody watch the whole thing? And
so you'll notice Vzero started cooking. It actually is able to
love that.
Use information from the dev environment. It's gonna add a rating component, and then it's gonna fetch and display the average rating on the leaderboard. That's pretty great. That's a pretty good plan. I think that's probably what I would do if I was implementing this myself.
Did they?
And then Vzero can actually start cooking. You can see that it's actually starting to create the files that it needs and the components it needs to make this work.
They put Visual Studio Code
and it does
inside
these
of
iteratively, right? It's actually going to go through the steps that it laid out and try to do these one by one, so it doesn't get overwhelmed by the context.
I'm not going to make you guys listen to that. That was a goofy live stream from them. I don't know what they did. Okay. Okay, so this one. Okay, so let's try this with Gemini 3 Pro, okay? So I'm gonna pull up Gemini 3 Pro inside of cursor for this. Gemini 3 Pro, and I'm going to add BridgeVoice, or BridgeMind, it's BridgeMind Electron locally. BridgeMind Electron. Oops. And then we'll do plan. But like I said, I mean, I've just been getting this has been a really consistent error for me, so I'm not sure. But let's see if we can fix this xterm. That's basically the last goal on our list today. But while this works, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're getting close to our subscriber goal for the day. Let's see. Actually, where are we at? We are at 39,000. This is gonna update. Let's see. The goal was 39,300. Let's see if we hit it. Hey, let's go, 39,300. We hit our goal, thank you guys. Let's go. All right, so let's build this. I'm gonna use the restroom, I'll be right back. Alright, let's check it out. Dang, we just crossed 1,000 likes. Thank you guys. Somebody asked, do you do anything specific for marketing like AI, UGC, etc.? Yeah, so first of all, I do use View Creator. That's the application that we built from day, what was it? Maybe day 20 to day, like, maybe 100 or something. So in 90 days, we were able to do that. Confirm the goal assist hides the scroll bar overlay without interfering with it. What changes did you make that you know led to this gap being solved? Also, guys, if you guys are watching, have not already joined the Discord community, this is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet right now. I mean, literally yesterday, we were all on the co-working channel together, and we had close to 100 people in the channel. It was insane. We were all on Claude Sonnet 5 watch. I mean, technically, we're still on Claude Sonnet 5 watch, but I'm not seeing anything. Okay. The previous state. We forced xterm to use 0 for the vertical, stopping it from reserving the 14x gutter space in the layout calculation. Okay, so let's see if good old Google can solve this. I teleported? What do you mean I teleported? Alright. So let's restart this. Let's go to warp. And let's knock out this. Let's go over here. This one here. Are you using Cursor or Claude Code? I'm using both. Alright, sign in here. Okay. Alright, was Gemini 3 able to solve our issue? It doesn't look like it. Yeah, it's still there. I mean, hold on, let's pull up the Discord and see if anybody had any recommendations here. Also, thank you to the people that just boosted the Discord server. Appreciate you guys. All right. Okay, shout out to, hold on, I'm in streamer mode, but shout out to, I think this is xF. Shout out to him because he did provide some reference here, which is going to be helpful. I'm going to drop this in and see if this could potentially help us. Your updates did not fix our issue. I now want you to take a look at the screenshot and identify if there are any points here that you could use to help you. What's causing it? Yeah, so I mean, we just have this weird, like it's an invisible scroll bar. We literally know the exact element that's causing it. So it's extra frustrating because it seems like a very simple issue, but it must be, I think it's being caused by something that is a little bit complicated, maybe nested, right? So, you know, that's the one big thing with AI is that there are some persistent issues that, you know, you can throw as many tokens as you want at it, but it could potentially not be able to solve it, right? And that's one thing that a lot of people say, right? The one caveat to that is that as these models get better, the limitations and the things that you're going to run into, like this scroll bar issue, are going to dissolve. So for example, I'm looking forward to the new model dropping, Claude Sonnet 5 or Opus 4.6, whatever it ends up being, GPT 5.3, because we'll be able to then use it and apply it to something like this. Yeah, so somebody in the chat said, does this dude know how to code or no? So I have hundreds of certifications on Codecademy. That's how I learned. I went to Purdue University to study finance. When I was a sophomore at Purdue University, that's when I decided to start coding every single day. I learned through Codecademy, and I was doing the programming manually. And you know, really what you don't really need to program manually anymore. The future of software development is in agentic development or vibe coding. So if you are just getting into software development now, it's smarter to begin programming using AI rather than writing manually, because basically writing code manually is on its way out. I think that in the next 5 years, nobody is going to be writing code manually. Okay, let's switch. So, you know, that's just one thing to make sure that you know, is that, hey, in the next 5 years, is anybody that is serious going to be writing code manually? Probably not. I don't think that that people are going to be writing code manually in organizational environments or startup environments. It's going to be much better to be using AI models to do that, or doing agentic development. I think that we're already there yet. We're there now, but one big caveat to this is that, you know, hey, the models need to get better. We need better models. Things like this will be able to get knocked out very, very easily. All right, also, let's knock out some push-ups, guys. All right, let's go, chat. 25. We're up to 565. All right, let's go here. Check it out. All right, let's launch BridgeVoice real quick. You can definitely maintain with AI as well. All right, so let's go here. Let's go here, sign out. Nice. Okay. All right, this is interesting. So it's updating the block terminal and the simple terminal to set overview ruler to width 1. Faisons, what's up? Somebody said camera. Okay, the previous attempt with width 0 likely failed because xterm checks for width using a truthy check. Example, causing 0 to fall back to the default 14 pixels. By setting it to 1, we satisfy the check with a minimal value, effectively removing the reserved gutter space. This is actually an interesting approach to fix this. Okay. All right, let's restart this. Okay. right, let's see if this this approach worked. I'm gonna launch 2 of them. Yeah, it did not work. Yeah, so we have done inspector tools on the element. So when using inspector tools, this is what we have here. So this is the element here. It's a invisible scroll bar vertical. Position is absolute, width 14 pixels, height 1,273 pixels, right. So you can see its positioned here. This is it right here, and this is the most frustrating part is that you know, we even have the element, right? So we have the element. King Gamer said, put this into GPT 5.2. Okay. Okay. That approach did not work. I want you to review the screenshot and note that it is the div invisible scroll bar vertical which is causing this. Here is the element that is causing this. I want you to review this, and instead of writing anything to try and fix it, what I want you to do is I want you to just diagnose the starting point of this issue. What is causing this? Okay, well, so we'll just try and get to the bottom of what's causing it. Somebody asked, am I using a Mac Mini? So I have 3 Mac Minis, and I also have a Mac Ultra. I use the Ultra for the stream setup in my main computer, and then I have 3 Mac Minis for Claude bots. Okay, ZTube said change scroll bar width to 0, important in inspector, and see if that works first. That's a good idea. So Kozak, so that's actually a good idea. So he said use cursor's debug option might work better than just plan agent. So the thing about debug is that I feel like the debug agent is mainly good for, let's say that you had API issues, right? So let's say that you had an API issue that you wanted to solve because it could set up that instrumentation. When it comes to things like this, which are CSS issues, you know, it's a little bit different. Because, hey, how's it going to set up the instrumentation for a CSS issue in a Electron application, right? It's not really possible. Yeah, it's an M3 Ultra. Blackwell said, ask the AI to rebuild the system from scratch. Yeah. I just want to figure out what, like, I want to diagnose it and see, okay, what exactly is causing this? Okay. Okay, the issue originates in the xterm.js viewport class initialization. When xterm open is called in your React components, block terminal and simple terminal, the library instantiates its internal viewport class. This viewport class programmatically creates this specific scroll bar vertical div. Crucially, it assigns width 14 pixels directly to the element style attribute. Okay. The 14 pixel gap is not empty space. It is a physical DOM element with a hard-coded width of 14 pixels that sits on the right edge, pushing or clipping the content. The only way to remove it is to force that specific element's width to 0 pixels using a high specificity CSS override that targets the inline style. Okay, hold on. Ztune just dropped something in. This looks like a potentially a solution here. Let me take this. I definitely want to solve this. This has been such a persistent issue, and for whatever reason. All right, I'm gonna drop your chat in. Review the comment above that somebody just made in my live stream chat. Is there truth in this? Review his comment and review the code and come back to me with a concise response. Yeah, super combo. Theo definitely scammed us, yes. Okay. Okay, this just may be a hallucination, but it says there is significant truth in that comment. So shout out to, who was it, Ztune? I think it was Ztune. Yeah, Ztube. So it said the insight, the user is pointing out that the global CSS rule, scroll bar width, applies to every single element, including the internal DOM nodes created by xterm. If xterm creates an element and relies on measuring the browser's native scroll bar width to determine layout, applying scroll bar thin globally might confuse its internal measurements or cause it to inherit a computed width that conflicts with its JS-based layout route. I have updated globals.css to add a comment acknowledging this, but more importantly to prepare for the fix, which involves removing or scoping that wildcard selector so it doesn't pollute the xterm internals. The next logical step would be to scope that scroll bar styling to only your application containers and explicitly exclude xterm or xterm from it. Okay, let's proceed with next steps. ZTube said, anytime, brother, I love what you are doing. Thank you, man. Yeah, I appreciate you so much. Seriously. Somebody asked, what am I building? I get that question asked a ton. I'm going to create a better command in chat so that you guys can do that. Well, let's try this. Let's try, so here was the plan. All right, here's the plan that's building out. So removing the global wildcard selector. This is the primary culprit causing style inheritance issues in xterm. So, like, this is the thing is that, you know, when there's an issue that you're using AI for that's this persistent, right? There's usually like some underlying like style inheritance issue. That's like what this does feel like, right? So, you know, there's people that, you know, it's very interesting because people are very quick to attack, like, oh, this is ridiculous, like taking so long to solve a CSS issue. But hey, like, this is just software development in general, right? Like, if I wasn't using AI for this, I would have to go and figure out what was causing this, and I would have to you know, manually update it respectively. And, you know, it's the same thing for any other issue. And I think people are very quick to jump on or be very negative towards that. And hey, like, here's the thing, at the end of the day, like, BridgeMind is all about positivity, building community, and building the future together. If you guys haven't already joined the Discord, make sure you do so. It's actually a great place to hang out and a great place to, you know, get all your latest news and workflows and information or answer any questions. But we also have cool things like our project sharing events. We'll have one here soon. But, you know, we're all working together, you know, so it's like, hey, let's just be positive and let's spread positivity and not hate on each other, you know. Okay, let's see this. Check the block terminal and confirmed it correctly applies. Okay, so it says that this is done. Let's restart the Electron server and see if this is fixed. Okay, let's sign in. All right, fingers crossed, guys. Oh my gosh, I'm telling you guys. Okay, wait, did that fix it? Oh, no, it's super zoomed in. Okay, do you guys see this? I don't know if I see the Patrick Bateman resemblance, but also, guys, we got 582 people watching. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's do a quick sub check. We are currently up to 39,422 subscribers. Let's go. I'm trying to break 40,000 subs this week. I know that we can do it. This community is very, very strong. So if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. And if you're already liked and subscribed, join the Discord community. It's the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet right now. We're up to over 4,700 members. I think we can break 4,800 today even. Okay, I mean, this does look, I mean, look at it, on this size, it looks good, right? But on some of the others, man, I see like some spacing here. I mean, I feel like that's good enough. Probably need to, it's probably time to move on from this. Jasonio said that he liked and sub. Appreciate you, man. All right, so prompts, agents. Okay, so for example, now here, I want to show you guys how to now use the BridgeMind MCP. So this is, for example, the way that all of these are going to integrate with one another, right? So we're going to open up Cursor real quick, and we're going to set up the BridgeMind MCP in Claude Code, and then we're going to use that to be able to work inside of BridgeSpace. I'm going to show you guys kind of how this works. But let's pull up the BridgeMind MCP. I need to connect it real quick. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm going to launch a Claude Code instance, and I'm going to use Claude Code to be able to add a new MCP server to my Claude Code. But just give me 1 second. Yeah, we're growing really, really fast, you know? So I appreciate you guys. You know, it's like, I want you to disconnect and delete the BridgeMind MCP from my Claude Code MCP list. And then I want you to reconnect it with this configuration. Okay, this is, I'm sharing some API keys, so just give me 1 second, guys. Also, time for push-ups. We are at 565 push-ups for the day. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's see him around another 25. You know, something I put on the board today is that consistency is the key. I put that on the board today because, you know, it's just true. If you show up and make progress every day, the answers, like, you don't really necessarily have to have all the answers, right? They'll just kind of come to you. You know, you'll go and you'll grow, and it's just interesting because, you know, in this journey, if you guys go back to my first stream, you can see my, you know, where I've come from, and it's like you can see, you know, how much progress has been made over the past few months, and it's just absolutely unbelievable. The fact that we've gone from zero to 39,000 subscribers in 127 days is insane. So let's knock out, let's do a 30 bomb. Let's go. All right, 30 bomb, let's go, chat. Okay, let's see, is this now connected? Let's check. All right, it's finalizing. We'll give it 1 more second. Astran in chat said consistency is the key indeed. I spent over 2,000 hours in data. Let's go, man. Okay. This is done. This is done. We did improve. I mean, this is gone. But on other screen sizes, it's different. Like, literally, I just moved it around, right? And now all of a sudden, it's back, right? Like, what is up with that? So, no gap here. But then if I do this a bunch, gap back. That's so weird. So, do I recommend new Mac Mini M4 or the new M5? Is there a new M5 that just came out? I don't think there are M5 Mac Minis, are there? I'm pretty sure there's only M4s for the Mac Minis. I have an M3 Ultra for my studio. Okay. Get this done. Okay, let's start getting all this ready to get pushed up. We've made a lot of progress today. I want you to run npm run build and fix any build errors. I want you to run npm run build and fix any build errors. I want you to run npm run build and fix any build errors. I now want you to push to the dev and main or master branches, respectively. Somebody asked, show how BridgeVoice works. Yeah, let me pull up BridgeVoice real quick. All right, I do need to sign in. All right, so I just signed into BridgeVoice. So here it is. So here's my BridgeVoice dashboard. So total words so far that I've transcribed on this account are 455. 17 sessions, average pace is 194 words per minute. And, you know, one thing about, like, for those of you watching, I'm sure, you know, we have 563 people watching. I'm sure that some of you guys have not fully transitioned over to a text-to-speech. And something that I want to show you guys is, you know, I speak at 194 words per minute, okay? And what I want to now show you is, like, how fast can I type, right? So let's do a quick typing test. I'm going to show you guys how fast I type. All right, so 94 words per minute, 97% accuracy, and you compare that with a voice-to-text tool, and when you're working with AI agents, you know, if you're, like, look at that, it's literally over 100% improvement to use a voice-to-text tool. So if you guys haven't already gotten or transitioned from typing to using a voice-to-text tool, or, you know, like, you need to start using voice-to-text if you are a vibe coder or just using agents in general. It's far better to be able to use a voice-to-text tool. Somebody in chat just said 43 words per minute. Yeah, I mean, it is crazy. Like, I mean, I think that the average, like, a good typing speed is, like, you know, I mean, we can even take another one. Let's try that again. After my first, that was a warm-up. Let's see if I do really well. Let's see. My score up. Okay, that one's like kind of same. 93. So I guess that is consistent. So 93, you know, it's like, hey, if you're typing at 93, but you can speak at 194, why would you be typing at all, right? Because you have to be, you know, thinking about, okay, how much more am I gonna be able to deploy if I can speak at 100% better than I type, right? So I can just use BridgeVoice to be able to do text-to-speech. And like right here, this is just an example. Like, let's turn it off now. And this needs to be fixed. So text-to-speech. So you can see I can just do text-to-speech, right? It's very nice. Where can you get BridgeVoice? So it's not live yet. I'm going to try and ship it as soon as this week. We did just get the auth. That was the biggest goal of today, is to get the auth. I do have to do a couple things off stream to actually configure, you know, a production build. There's like some keys and whatnot that you need to set up. But I do think that I will be able to get that pushed. So we'll see here. I need you to run the test suite and fix any failing tests. Jovan said this year is peak human performance. Let's go. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, so Base just asked, do I have any programming background? Yeah, so I'm self-taught. I have hundreds of certifications on Codecademy. I started programming every day about over 3 years ago now. And, you know, the way that I see it is that, I saw very early on that software development was completely going to transition from you writing code manually to you actually using AI agents to help you code. So, you know, I started coding off manually for about the first 6 months, and then I started to integrate AI more so into my development workflow as the models got better. I want you to fix this. I now need you to push to the dev and main or master branches respectively. Somebody asked, how much do I share on AI tools? It's about $280. So I spend $200 a month on Claude Code for the 20x max plan. And then I spend $20 on my ChatGPT Plus subscription. And then I spend $60 a month on Cursor. What do you think works to code to do? How do you monetize it? You can build a product, do marketing, subscription as a service. King Gamer said today's been a really chill stream. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I do have to do 1.2K push-ups. Speaking of push-ups, let's knock some out. Move the desk up, get back to standing, knock out some push-ups. Here's the thing with the push-ups is that it also matters the time frame that you're doing the push-ups in. Like if you do a ton of push-ups in a very short amount of time, you're gonna get very fatigued very quickly. I started the stream out, I was dropping. I actually invented something new today. If you guys were on earlier in the stream, we invented a new term. We set a new record for the most push-ups done at once. We created a new term, the 70 bomb. The 70 bomb, guys. So let's knock out let's drop a 30 bomb. Let's go, chat. 30 bomb. We're up to 625. Let's go. You guys are crushing on the likes today. You're crushing me on the likes. Who's this guy being toxic in chat? It's not cool to be toxic. Positivity is the best policy. Being encouraging of others is the best policy. Okay, build fixed. Great work. I now need you to deploy to the dev branch and main master branch respectively. Yeah, Blackwell, it is the new record. But we like to set records and we like to break them very quickly here at BridgeMind. This is what we like to do. We like to set the record and then we like to break the record. It's actually so bad. My personality is like once I... And anybody else that does like streaming or anything related to like social media marketing, like you set a bar, right? And then you just want to break that bar. Yeah, that's actually very true. He said learning concepts is more important. That's very, very well said. Great, I now want you to run the build and make sure that this is not the build is not failing. Okay. Somebody said, Lower Space said, if you were to start back at the beginning with no starting knowledge, what would you change? That's actually a great question. So, well, here's the big factor that actually factors in there is, am I restarting in 2026? Because in 2026, the landscape now is completely different. Timeless, what's up, man? How's it going? You know, now the AI tools are so much better that you shouldn't be coding manually like at all if you are starting out. I think to base point, hey, you should be starting out with understanding the concepts and then just start building. Great work. I now want you to push to the dev branch and the main branch respectively. All right, so we're getting all this pushed. We made a ton of progress today. All right, the commit summarize this. Looks good. Okay. All right, it is 2 p.m. Let's check if there are any announcements. Also, quick sub check. We're at 39,488. We blew past our sub goal for the day, which was 39,300. Shout out to you guys. Let's do a quick check. Anthropic. I don't think there's anything except their... Yeah, I don't think that they released anything today, except their Super Bowl ad, which we watched, which was interesting. But yeah, nothing from Claude. Oh my gosh. Every time. Alright, sorry guys, I'm gonna mute my mic, I gotta take this. Hey Sam. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I pulled up Anthropic, and I mean, listen, all I did was I shared shared their Super Bowl ad. Calm down. Okay, calm down. Listen, if you want me to use Codex, I need at least another 50K, okay? Give me another 50K, and I could potentially use it on stream. What? No, my mic is muted. Don't worry about it. Okay, yep. I'll make sure that I check the bank transfer, but yeah, I'll use Codex a little bit more on the stream. Appreciate it, Sam. Have a good one. Sorry, guys, that, just another X. Okay, let's see here. All right, bridge code. All right, this is all deployed. All right, so I do want to check the admin real quick. I want to make sure that we have this. Okay, I'm gonna have to launch PG admin real quick. Give me 1 second here. I need to go to my database. Okay. Okay. All right, cool. BridgeVoice. All right, so for some reason, I'm now having an error with BridgeVoice. I'm gonna try, I feel like Codex will be able to one-shot this. Let's CD out of this one here. Codex. All right, BridgeVoice desktop. Oops. I need you to review this project in complete depth and review the functionality specifically associated with being able to set up a hotkey so that it starts recording. So for example, there are 2 modes for this. There is me being able to press and hold down a specific hotkey and have it listen while I'm talking, and then once I release it, then it stops. And then there's also the record version. For some reason right now, the hotkey that I configured for BridgeVoice for me just able to push it and it to listen and then release it and it to paste in what I said, that is currently not working. Would you review the code associated with that and pinpoint exactly what is causing that not to work and then update the code respectively? Somebody just asked for the playlist. I'll drop it in. Let me find it real quick. I got a million tabs open on my computer. All right, I did find it. All right, I just dropped the playlist in. Okay. All right, so with BridgeVoice, you can just easily configure a key. So there's two shortcuts. There's push to talk, and then there's toggle recording. So for example, if I do option A, and that's the issue now, is that that's currently not working, and we need to fix that. All right, let's move this one to its own thing. Would you help me understand how we will actually get this into production? What speech-to-text model is being used to build BridgeVoice? We are using Whisper CPP. All right, guys, let's drop a 25 bomb. All right, let's go. Also, just as a reminder, if you guys have not already joined the BridgeMind Discord community, this is one of the fastest growing vibe coding communities on the internet right now. I just dropped the link in the chat. Let me give a quick shout out to newly joined members. Let me pull up the Discord here. All right, big shout out to these following members. Shout out to Ghost, shout out to KO, shout out to Mata, shout out to Easton 4IK, shout out to Noel, shout out to Roteam, shout out to you guys. Welcome to the community. We're about to pass 4,800, so if you guys haven't already joined the Discord, make sure you do so. Let's go. Review the auth system in BridgeVoice. Once we do run the build and configure this, well, is this all set to go for production to be able to be shipped onto a Mac OS? Timeless asks, are you going to be reviewing each Vibathon submission yourself? That's a great question. Yes. All right, we've got newly joined Discord members pouring in right now. Shout out to Canoe, shout out to Godsome, shout out to Surge, shout out to KO. Welcome, guys. Let's keep it going. If you aren't in the Discord, join. ZTube, what call? I don't know what you're talking about. All right, so for those of you wondering, we got a couple applications that we're working on in our suite of vibe coding tools. This here is BridgeSpace. It's an agentic IDE. Speaking of which, let me check. I think this is now added. Just want to make sure, and then we should be good. Let's try this real quick. Let's open up a new workspace. All right, check this out. All right, so new workspace. Let's see over into BridgeMind. And what we're gonna do is we are going to launch several different agents. So let's just launch these. Let's launch 4. And now I'm gonna launch Claude in all 4 of these. And we basically have an entire suite, an entire ecosystem of vibe coding tools, okay? So we have BridgeVoice, which is a voice-to-text tool. We have BridgeSpace, which is an ADE, an agentic development environment. So rather than an IDE where you see the code and all that, you don't need to see the code. You don't need to review the code anymore, especially in the future. That's not going to be needed. So you just need to focus on manage your agents. So this is a nice environment for that. We can actually launch even like vertical panes as well. So let's launch a couple of agents here inside of BridgeSpace, and then we'll get to grinding. So here are all of our agents. Let's launch Claude as well. All right, so we got 8 agents here. I want you to, okay, these agents, they should have access to the BridgeMind MCP. Let's check it. So let's do MCP. Okay, perfect. All right, and again, this is huge because the BridgeMind MCP just launched officially like this morning. There was a couple bugs, had to patch them, got them shipped before the stream. And that's the one thing to remember about me, guys, is that, you know, I did not want to become a content creator when I started doing YouTube. I still don't want to become a content creator. I just have a huge passion for vibe coding and AI and building the future, and I want to build a community. And yeah, we're doing that together. But this Bridge MCP, I was working on it before the stream, and we did get it working. So now, for example, check this out. I want you to use the BridgeMind MCP and list the projects associated with my account. Okay, so I have one project. Okay, so this is the one issue that we do need to fix real quick. So I have it associated with the wrong account. So let me go over here. Also, let's do a quick subject. We are at 39,541 subscribers, guys. Let's keep it going. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. It's the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet. So this is connected to the wrong account, so I am gonna have to change the API key associated with the BridgeMind MCP setup. So let me do that real quick. I'm just gonna log into my account. Okay, hold on, I'm getting an issue. I want you to review the BridgeMind AWS environment using the on this computer, and what I want you to do is all right, you guys are cracking me up. All right, what I want you to do is I want you to review the CloudWatch logs and to pinpoint exactly why I am getting a 401 error when I'm trying to log in. All right, let's see this. Use the AWS CLI. For those of you asking, I don't think that I need to even answer this. I get it all the time. It's kind of funny. But yeah, I don't drink and I don't do drugs. You could basically just say that I'm a very passionate person. I don't believe in, not that like, hey, if you drink and do drugs, like, hey, that's fine. I personally don't. So, you know, I've just kind of stayed away from that for a very, very long time in my life, and there's no reason that I should be. I just think can sometimes be a little bit of a distraction or a waste of time. So, I've kind of stayed away from that. All right, these agents are still working for us, these Codex agents. Okay. All right. You see that had me switch to a different model? That's interesting. All right, let's knock out some push-ups, guys. Let's go. 25. Tyke Mason, I like that. Yeah, CT. Here's the thing. This is what we like to do at BridgeMind. We like to set records, and we like to break records. Welcome to all of you guys that are new here. If you guys are new, I'm pretty much live every single day. If I'm not live, I'm hanging out with the BridgeMind community in the Discord. We were all hanging out there yesterday on Claude 5 Sonnet Watch, Claude Sonnet 5 Watch. How's BridgeVoice going? It's going good, dude. We got this all configured, and we should be ready to release potentially even this week, but the goal is by the end of the month. But I think there's gonna be a couple things that we're gonna have to figure out in terms of just deployment. I've never deployed a macOS app before, so definitely gonna be a couple things that are gonna go with that, right? So, okay. Why is it having me switch? Yeah. Why does it want me to switch? Oh, I think I ran out of... Okay, so I did just hit my limit for codecs. Peter said, does Sonnet 5 come out today? Do you reckon? No. That's so funny. Okay, so One Hand said, I've been learning code. I can do things in beginner-friendly environments like Collab. I am not good about the rest. Things like running things in command. I don't even know where the files are. You guys are cracking me up in the chat right now. Okay, that's gonna be fixed. Let's go here. Okay, so there are going to be some keys that I need to review. Oh. No. Okay. Okay, for some reason I'm getting a 401. Okay, so I'm just going through the sign up process to get an account real quick. I just verified my email. So I'm now in here. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna get set up here. Yeah, I've got to do a couple sensitive things on my end, and then I'll share my screen. We'll get into it. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make it... Okay, perfect. Okay, so check this out, guys. So I'm now in here. We are good. So I do have an account here. And what I want to do now is I now need to create a new API key. So I'm inside of BridgeMind. Here are my projects, right? And I'm going to show you guys how this works with the BridgeMind MCP. And let's go over here to API keys. Not going to show you guys the API key, but I'm going to set up a new API key here. Okay. I want you to update my BridgeMind MCP configuration and update it to use this API key instead. Okay, so let me update this, and then once I update this, I'm gonna have to sign out, and then we'll sign back in. Okay, ZTube asked a good question. He said, does the Kanban auto-populate as things are progressing in the terminal would make life easier for users? Yeah, so basically working with the MCP, it's able to update the statuses. So we're going to improve this over time. But yes, it's basically a task management MCP, so you can work agent to agent. Agents can work across different tasks so that rather than running into compaction issues or running where you have one agent that starts to hallucinate, you can basically be able to create tasks that have instructions and knowledge and pass them between agents. This is going to be significantly important as these models continuously get better. But I do need to get this configured, and then we'll get started. But let's just I'll take a couple questions from chat while the MCP configures. Did I take pre-workout before this? No. I do drink coffee though. All right, let me check this MCP. Okay. Okay, perfect. What MCP am I using? I'm using the BridgeMind MCP. It just released actually this morning. So you can go check it out at bridgemind.ai. You are going to need the pro plan to use it though. And then, okay, so I did just launch a new terminal. We're going to see if this is configured correctly. Here's BridgeVoice. I'm going to move this wherever I want. So I'm going to move it over here. So we'll move BridgeVoice over here. I need to make it so that it stops doing that. But let's also now, so this is BridgeSpace. So this is the ADE, an agent development environment, okay? And with this, I can very quickly launch a bunch of panes. We're going to launch, let's launch 8 of them. And now I do have the BridgeMind MCP configured correctly. So let's launch Claude, and then let me go to the, I'm going to have to log out. So before I do that, let me just log out real quick because I need to sign back in with the account that I set up with that API key. So let me sign out real quick. So here we are. Sign out. Let's sign in with the browser. Okay. Oh. Okay. All right, so this is how I set up my workspace inside of BridgeSpace, okay? So I set up a workspace, and then I just launched Claude in all these windows. Okay. I want you to review the BridgeMind Electron application. How do I actually get this ready to be deployed so that people can download it on a Mac? Yes, I do read the chat. Sorry, I've just been distracted. Okay, somebody asked for the playlist. Let me grab it and I'll share it real quick. Here's the playlist for anybody wondering in the chat. Also, how do you plan... Oh, Claude Workspace. I mean, I don't think that Claude Workspace necessarily is the same as this. Like, I think that this is going to be very similar to Warp, and it's going to be like, the way that I look at it is this is going to be a BridgeMind ecosystem. So, you know, if I can even be in the same league of competing with Claude Workspace, like, that's a pretty big pie, right? So I would feel good about that. When BridgeStack and AWS Orchestrator backend deployment connector, I don't know, maybe soon. That's funny though. Yes, so I haven't finished setting up OpenClaw on the Mac Minis. I still have a couple more things to do. I want you to review the BridgeMind MCP connection that you have. What tools do you have access to? I want you to review the BridgeMind MCP connection. What tools do you have access to? I want you to use the BridgeMind MCP throughout this conversation. What tools do you have access to? This is a good one. Okay, so these are the tools in the BridgeMind MCP right now. They're pretty straightforward right now. So these are related. There's some related to tasks. There's some related to projects. There's some related to agents. But you're able to work inside of this environment. And so there's project management, and then there's agent management. What projects are in my account? And it should be nothing. It's gonna be nothing. Yes, I want you to create a new project called BridgeMind. All right, and then all these agents are going to be working together. I now want you to review the BridgeMind UI, and what I want you to do is I want you to create a new task for each finding that you find associated with the following prompt. Somebody said, I'm so new, I don't know if you are legit. Yes, I am legit. Oh, oops, I didn't give it the correct prompt. Go back. You are an SEO expert, and you're an expert in all knowledge associated with creating a website that has very fast performance speed for SEO purposes. You are to review the BridgeMind UI in complete depth and identify areas where we can improve speed and optimization so that we perform better on Lighthouse. Okay, so in order to do this, we are also going to want to generate a quick Lighthouse score, but also, like, just doing this will probably be able to do it in itself. For each finding and improvement that you find, you are to create a task with the instructions and knowledge that you have for that task. All right, so it's going to create a ton of these. Launch as many sub-agents as you need to be able to complete this. Okay. Great work. I now want you to use the BridgeMind MCP, and I want you to create subtasks with all the instructions and knowledge needed to complete each task for getting this deployed to macOS. I want you to create a new agent, and I want this agent to be an API security agent that is an expert in Nest.js API security. I want you to create a new agent that is an expert in AWS infrastructure security. This agent should know that I have an AWS profile on my computer with this name. Whenever the agent is invoked, it should be using this profile on my computer. For SEO, mention sitemap. I already have a pretty good sitemap, so it should intuitively be able to know that. I'm looking for a performance rather than sitemap for this one. Hold up here. Oh, empty project list. Did it not create the project? I thought I had it create a project. Oh, oops. Hold up. I made a mistake. Okay, so I gave it this prompt without having it first create the project. That's my bad. Sorry, I forgot to actually have you create a project. You need to create a new project called BridgeMind. Yeah, so security is definitely very important whenever you're vibe coding. You know, I think that what it really takes is it takes an understanding of security best practices. So, you know, if you're not even considering security and you know nothing about it, you know, what vibe coding is and what AI is it's an extension of the developer, right? So, hold on, the create project tool isn't available in the current MCP connection. The code has it, but the MCP server that Claude is connected to was started before the tool was added. Oh, I'll need to restart Claude code. Hold on, let's try that again. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Okay, also let's pull up Warp real quick and see. We had a couple of agents that were working for us. Oh, this one never finished. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's try this real quick. What's failing here? Okay. Okay. We're gonna restart BridgeVoice here. We have a couple of issues, so we're gonna have to do some tasks related to this as well. Okay. I need you to use the create project tool in the BridgeMind MCP to create a new project called BridgeMind. Let's do a quick subject. We are currently at 39,636. Dang. Let's go, chat. Okay. Says it doesn't have this available. Hold on. Is it in, hold on. I need to check the configuration of this MCP real quick. In Cursor, I have access to this. What tools do you have available to you in the BridgeMind MCP? Okay, so we go over here. Let's double check to see if this one is available. All right, let's knock out. All right, this one I'm looking at. So we want to see. Okay. Oh, list projects. That's interesting. We had create projects, so I mean that's fine. We'll just create it manually real quick. Okay. I need you to list the projects in my account. What do I think about the name Gradio for my project and what impression does it give you? That would be extremely helpful. Yeah, did you share something in the Discord? Okay, so you can see here that this is going to be the ID of that newly created project. Looks like some of my updates didn't push. I thought I already had that tool, but now you can see the BridgeMind project. So let's now paste that prompt back in, and it's going to complete that relatively easily. This one here, so we're going to have to pass in some of these prompts back through. Let's see here. What was the last prompt? It was... Okay. When creating this agent, you should first reviewing the Nest.js API for reference so that you actually understand our Nest.js API so that this agent is specialized with our Nest.js API. Okay. I need you to review the BridgeVoice desktop. Okay, there we go. Let's go. All right, so that Codex agent actually did fix this issue that we were having. So now let's force quit Whisperflow, or we can't force quit Whisperflow because we're actively developing BridgeVoice. So it's gonna keep like opening and closing and restarting. But you guys can see it's recording right now. We do need the issue that I have is that, okay, check out this issue. When I move this around, you guys see this, how I'm moving the BridgeVoice tab around. I can move it anywhere on my computer. When I let go of it, it starts recording, okay? So all I need to do is, right now I have an issue where, let's say that I'm moving this toggle around my computer. Well, when I release it, it starts recording, and there's not really a great way to move the toggle or pill around without it starting to record. I need you to review the code associated with this and update it so that there's an easy way for me to be able to move it around without it then, once I release my mouse, it's starting to record. Okay. So I'm gonna screenshot this just so it has reference to what I'm talking about. Oh, also, I do need to fix that. After you review this, I need you to work in the BridgeMind project using the BridgeMind MCP, and I need you to create new tasks with the instructions and knowledge needed to update the different parts of the code base respectively to fix this issue that we're having. Okay. I need you to review the BridgeMind Electron application, and what I want you to focus on is users being able to drag and drop images into the terminals respectively. Right now, I am unable to drag and drop images into the respective terminals. For example, if I'm using Claude Code and I want to drop in a screenshot from my computer, I want to be able to do that. But right now, I'm unable to drag and drop images. Would you review and launch 5 agents to search the internet to figure out the best practice for implementing code that does this and accomplishes this, and then create a structured plan and tasks. For each task in the BridgeMind project using the BridgeMind MCP, you need to create all the tasks, and each task should have the instructions and knowledge needed to complete that respective task. So about the revenue. So yeah, we've been doing this for 127 days. We have launched, if you guys are unfamiliar with View Creator, View Creator is an all-in-one AI marketing platform. So basically what View Creator is it's virality on autopilot. One of the big reasons that you see all the success with BridgeMind is because I use View Creator in my day-to-day workflow. So if we go over here, I just want to show you guys what that actually looks like. So this is the application that's driving a lot of our revenue right now. So we're over 1,000 in MRR. And I just want to show you guys how this works. So for example, this is how I generate all of my thumbnails. So for example, like I put out a video yesterday about the macOS app, and here is the thumbnails that it created for that. I use this every day. Video Manager, so for even example, like this video here, right? This stream that you guys are watching, I can go over here and click suggest tags, and it's gonna generate all the tags needed. So vibe coding, app development, BridgeVoice app, make money coding, coding journey. Like it knows all about the video. It knows everything that it needs to do to be able to generate those tags. I then go down over here, and what I'm easily able to do is I can actually set the category. I can go over here and set the playlist. I'm gonna add that to the playlist, and I'm also going to do another really cool thing, which is the agent posting. So this is a really cool feature that we built during this journey, and what this actually is let's go over here, and I want to show you guys a couple things. So over here in profiles, I have several different profiles set up, okay? And if I go over to BridgeMind and I go over to the content bank, what you're gonna see is I have a bunch of shorts that are in this content bank, and you can see that some of them say posted, some of them don't. All I have to do to post shorts to TikTok, X, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube is to upload them to this content bank, and then I set up an agent workflow over here that's able to automatically post all of my content for me. So you can see that this runs 6 times per day. It's able to wake up, go check out the content bank, grab a video from the content bank that hasn't been posted, and then publish it to all platforms simultaneously, automatically, without me having to do anything. So this is an incredible tool. If you guys are interested in social media marketing, I would definitely recommend using it. It makes it so much easier for that. And there's a ton of other tools on it, but those are like the 2 big ones that I use it for. But with that being said, let's get back to this. Okay. Also, let's knock out 25 push-ups, guys. Let's go. All right, 25 bomb, let's go. We're up to 675, let's get it. All right, so let's see these. So this has several agents running. This one as well. Great work. I now need you to work with the BridgeMind MCP, and I want you to launch sub-agents that will work on each of these tasks respectively. So what I want to show you guys and how this is working is this actually works with the BridgeMind MCP, okay? And it's pretty cool. I want to show it to you guys. Okay. So check this out, guys. So the Electron app is actually hooked up to a dev environment. I actually want to change this scroll bar to be a little bit better, but so it created this here. Okay, so we had that agent. We said, hey, go review this and come up with a bunch of tasks for improvements for our SEO. It went and it created 17 to-dos that we can now pass into different agents. But this one, for example, fix BridgeVoice desktop drag to move triggering recording on mouse release. So it has instructions and then it has knowledge, okay? So the knowledge basically provides information like file paths, specific code related to complete that task, and then the instructions are a system prompt. So basically what you're dealing with here is that you are talking about agent extraction. So me as a human being, I'm not that good at prompting. I'm decent at prompting, but I'm not as good at specific prompting as AI is. So what I do is I use the BridgeMind MCP to be able to pass in prompts and have it create specific tasks in the BridgeMind MCP that are then able to create the instructions, which is essentially a system prompt, and to also set the knowledge for that specific task. It's very helpful. Also, I do see in chat, WDN said this got buried. Claude Code leverages the file path from files dragged in, then it knows where to get the resource. I'm pretty sure, yeah. So we're gonna have to do the same thing. So yeah, so WDN, that's helpful because what he's saying is, hey, for the dragging and dropping images is like, so the problem is once I update BridgeMind Electron, then it's gonna start refreshing this. So I wanna make sure that I actually don't refresh it. So I'm gonna have to work on that, like maybe a little bit, like once I'm done with this task here and done working inside of BridgeMind Electron or BridgeSpace. But you can see here that this Claude Code agent now launched. How many agents do we have running? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a ton of different agents. And rather than one agent working on a whole bunch of different tasks, right? Instead, we have one agent that's basically the agent orchestrator. It creates a bunch of tasks based off of my prompt. Each of those tasks have specified system prompts that are customized and are very, very good. Like they're very good system prompts. They're very specific. It also has the knowledge. And then we're able to pass that task off to a different sub-agent that's able to complete the task. So it's very, very helpful. Also, guys, we're about to cross 3,000, or sorry, we grew really fast. We're only at 3,000 not too long ago, but we're at 39,695. Let's get to 39,700. Let's go. I know we can do it. Scroll bars are your worst enemy. Yes, I did see that scroll bar. Hold on, let's actually fix that. I did not like that. I want you to review this page here. Thank you for calling that out. Who said that? It was ZTube. ZTube, you've actually been really helpful today. I appreciate you, man. All right, let's go over here. Yeah, so these scroll bars. Okay, and this is the cool part, is that once the agents finish, then they're able to update the status. So it moved from to do to in progress to in review. So now all I have to do is pass this in. The scroll bars here are default scroll bars and they look really bad. Also, just the styling on this page doesn't look great. Would you come up with a better solution for the scroll bars, and would you also just improve the styling as a whole? I like how it is a Kanban board and the layout that it's in, but just the styling of those scroll bars and the default look that they have is really ugly. Remove them. All right, people are saying the music is a little bit too loud. I'll turn it down. Sorry, I was vibing a little bit too hard. Let me see if I can find the music. A lot of tabs open. All right, we did just pass 39,000. Oh, here's the music. All right, turn down a little bit. Oh, thank you, Hugh. I just created a new project called BridgeMind. I want you to review these tasks, and I actually want you to now complete these tasks. Launch sub-agents to complete each specified task. I have done 675 push-ups. Let's get to 700. Let's knock out a, we got several agents working for us. Let's knock out a 25 bomb. Let's go. All right, let's go, chat. 700. Let's go. Okay, perfect. So now I have these agents created. I want you to verify them with different subagents. And if the code is good, then you can move it to complete, but launch agents that will review the code written and confirm that there are no breaking changes or bugs that were introduced. Let's go, chat. All right, I've got 622 people watching. If you guys have not already liked, subscribed, or joined the Discord community, make sure you do so. This is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet. I'm telling you guys, this is the place that you want to be in 2026. You know, there's a lot of people there that there's a lot of people that are just like content creators that are, out there hyping up stuff that shouldn't be being hyped up. And what we're doing and what this community is about is we're actual vibe coders that are implementing new workflows, new models, and all the best things as they come out. It's a great community. We hang out in the co-working channel in the mornings, so I was hanging out before the stream. Let me give a quick shout out to newly joined members. We did just pass 4,800 members, so let's go. 4,800, that's crazy. Shout out to Studio, Vodo, Fayez, 100K, Chili Space, Proud Mars. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate you guys joining in. Welcome to the community. Also, shout out to Colin for boosting the server. Appreciate you. Let's see here. But yeah, this co-working channel is a great place to hang out. If you guys haven't already, I'm usually there every morning before the stream. Do I think 2026 is your year? I do, yeah. I do. Okay, so I am gonna have to restart this. Yeah, ZTube, all terminal windows have a padding problem or margin bonding problem. Looks like an extra 20x there in space. Yeah, it's frustrating. All right, here's my statistics so far with BridgeVoice. So 94 words, at least on this account, 191 words per minute. And that's why it's so important to be able to be using one of these, is because, I speak 100% faster than I type, right? And I'm a pretty fast typer. So I'm also a pretty fast talker, but that doesn't matter. Definitely, if you haven't already, use a speech-to-text tool. BridgeVoice is coming soon. It's going to be included in our suite of vibe coding tools, so really excited to release it. So let's now update this and see where is the status of all these tasks, right? So you can see a lot of them are now complete. There's a couple phases. So this is the phase for that BridgeSpace image drop, but we'll do that in a second. Somebody said, I love your energy, man. Appreciate it. All right, so let's go over here. All right, BridgeVoice. I'm still experiencing the same issue. When I drag the pill around the screen, then I release it, it then starts recording. That should not be happening. Let's try that again. Okay, so somebody said, could you give some tips for vibe coding starters? I'm currently started vibe coding a SaaS. There's a correct way to make AI code the best as it can, like making protocols. Yeah, I mean, my perspective on it is like, hey, all the basics are pretty much like right in front of you. Claude Code is probably the best bang for your buck in terms of what subscription and models to be using. Opus 4.5 is pretty good. Also, a Codex plan will get you pretty far. They have good models as well, or a ChatGPT plan. Cursor is a little bit more on the expensive side, but it does give you an IDE look. In terms of where to start, the biggest place to start is just start building. Actually start creating things. So it sounds to me like you're already doing the right thing. So just keep doing what you're doing. The best way to learn is to build. Like, you're gonna make mistakes. Like, you can even see it. There's a bunch of people that come in the chat and they give me some hate. They beat up on me, right? But you gotta have a tough chin. You gotta be able to take it because, hey, the best thing to do is to be the man in the arena. The best thing to do is to show up every day. And that's what we're doing. It sounds to me like that's what you're doing. So just keep doing that and you'll make it, bro. All right, Dan said debug mode on cursor for this one here could really help with some instrumentation install to provide the agent with more context. What on this one here, WDan? On this oh wait, it works. We got it. Let's go. All right, we actually don't need that. We don't need it because so the issue that I was having, and that finally did get it. The issue that I was having is that when I was dragging this around, once I released, oh, it actually happened again there. Maybe it didn't fix it. Oh my gosh. Never mind, I spoke too soon. It worked for a second, but the issue, so I guess the issue is, I mean, it worked that time. It worked that time as well. Okay. Didn't work that time. So what caused it to work and what caused it not to work? Okay. I'm gonna have to take a look at that. I'm gonna have to dive a little bit deeper. All right, guys, 598 people watching. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I am going to have to cut the stream off. There's a couple things I need to take care of off stream. So with that being said, like I said, you know, I'm live pretty much every single day. I'll be live tomorrow. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed or joined the Discord, make sure you do so. The BridgeMind community is grinding hard. We're showing up every day. And as you guys can see, we're making a ton of progress on our suite of vibe coding tools. The goal is to launch these before March 1st. Also, we do have our Vibe-a-thon going on right now. If you guys haven't already checked this out, $5,000 in prizes to the top 3 winners. The BridgeMind community is going to vote on these, so go to BridgeMind.ai and check it out if you haven't already. But with that being said, I will see you guys in the future.